Ingatan mesra diminta para hadirin bersedia dengan program yang akan dijalankan sebentar lagi. Tak lupa juga, jika terdapat sebarang persoalan, hadirin boleh berhubung terus bersama urus setia melalui ruang komen di YouTube rasmi YouthCare Malaysia. mengalu-alukan kedatangan tetamu kehormat, para peserta program Let's Project #member kita serta hadirin sekalian. Majlis akan berlangsung sebentar sahaja lagi. Ingatan mesra diminta para tetamu kehormat untuk bersama-sama membuka kamera dan tidak lupa juga sila pastikan mikrofon anda dalam mod senyap jika tiada keperluan untuk menggunakannya. sayang kumbang mencari makan, terbang seiring di tepi kali. Selamat datang kami ucapkan, moga diiring restu ilahi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Yang dihormati Encik Muhammad Syazwan Johari, Pengarah Superheat Energy Sdn Bhd. Yang dihormati Cik Aisyah Ajib, Mentor GreenSmiths. Yang dihormati Ahli Mengah Holdings. Yang dihormati Encik Muhammad Adil Tasnim bin Roslan, Pengarah Program #Rimba Kita, merangkap Pengarah YouthCare Malaysia Chapters. Yang dikasihi Barisan Ahli Jawatan Kuasa YouthCare Malaysia Chapters, Barisan Pelajar UiTM, seterusnya hadirin yang dimuliakan sekalian. Untuk makluman hadirin, program ini adalah bertujuan sebagai satu pendekatan pemulihan hutan dan melahirkan kesedaran terhadap kepentingan dalam mengekalkan keseimbangan persekitaran yang baik. Kalau pergi Tanjung Keramai, anak manis jangan diangkat. Bersama kita memohon rahmat agar majlis mendapat berkat. Bagi memberkati majlis kita pada pagi ini, marilah kita memulakan program dengan bacaan doa. Majlis kini menjemput Saudara Muhammad Aswad bin Mahasir untuk memimpin bacaan doa. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Karim, Ya Wadud. Sesungguhnya kami berhimpun pada hari ini bagi menyatakan kesyukuran di atas kurniaan-Mu yang tidak ternilai. Jadikanlah kami hamba-hamba-Mu yang sentiasa bersyukur sama ada nikmat yang sedikit, lebih-lebih lagi nikmat yang melimpah ruah kepada kami. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim. Engkau berkatilah dan rahmatilah perjalanan majlis kami pada hari ini, Ya Allah. Sesungguhnya Engkau maha mengetahui bahawa kami di sini ingin menimba ilmu yang sangat luas bagi mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan kami sebagai hamba-Mu yang Engkau redai. Ya Allah, berkatilah dan rahmatilah perhimpunan kami ini. Kurniakanlah kepada kami ilmu-Mu. Sinarilah hati-hati kami dengan cahaya dan hidayah-Mu. Semoga dengannya kami mudah menerima dan menghayati serta mengamalkannya. Ya Zal Jalali wal Ikram. Kurniakanlah juga kepada kami kesihatan anggota, kecerdasan minda, ketenangan jiwa, kekuatan semangat. Semoga dengannya kami mampu mendepani cabaran, berdaya saing dan mampu mengangkat martabat diri, keluarga, masyarakat dan negara. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam walhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Terima kasih diucapkan atas kesudian Saudara Muhammad Aswad memimpin bacaan doa sebentar tadi. Terbang di awan burung centayu, di atas papan batang selisih. Tampilah Tuan kami merayu bersama ucapan pengikat kasih. Majlis diteruskan lagi dengan menjemput yang berusaha Encik Muhammad Adil Tasnim bin Roslan selaku pengarah program Let's Project #Rimba Kita sekaligus merangkap pengarah YouthCare Malaysia Chapters untuk menyampaikan sepatah dua kata. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Terima kasih saudari pengurusi majlis. Yang dihormati Encik Muhammad Syazwan Johari, Pengarah Superheat Energy Sdn Bhd. Yang dihormati Cik Aisyah Ajib, Mentor GreenSmiths. Yang dihormati Ahli Mengah Holdings. Yang dikasihi Barisan Ahli Jawatan Kuasa YouthCare Malaysia Chapters, Barisan Pelajar UiTM, seterusnya hadirin yang dimuliakan sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Bersyukur kita kehadirat Ilahi kerana dengan limpah kurniaannya dan keizinannya dapat kita berkumpul dalam majlis pada pagi ini bagi program Let's Protect #Rimba Kita. Saya mewakili para pelajar UiTM jurusan Kejuruteraan Mekanikal selaku pengarah program merakamkan ucapan terima kasih atas kesediaan YCM Chapters meluangkan masa untuk bersama-sama kita pada hari ini. Dan seterusnya menyempurnakan majlis program Let's Protect #Rimba Kita. Pada kesempatan ini juga, saya mengalu-alukan kehadiran para pelajar UiTM dan hadirin sekalian dalam memeriahkan program walaupun hanya dapat kita laksanakan secara dalam talian. Hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, program Let's Protect #Timber Kita sebenarnya merupakan satu manifestasi untuk menarik minat generasi muda atau kita gelar youth dalam memelihara dan memelihara habitat alam sekitar yang dinikmati kini. Dengan ilmu yang diperolehi sebentar tadi, saya harap saudara-saudari dapat mengaplikasikannya dalam kehidupan harian kita. Hadirin sekalian, besarlah harapan saya agar program yang dirancang ini akan mampu memberi manfaat kepada semua pihak dan meningkatkan kesedaran terhadap pentingnya menjaga alam sekitar dalam kalangan kita khususnya generasi muda. Saya mewakili pihak pengurusan berharap agar majlis pada kali ini dapat memberi manfaat kepada semua pelajar dan tetamu yang hadir. Akhir kata, diharapkan agar perbincangan dan perkongsian program kita pada hari ini dapat memberi gambaran dan penjelasan yang jelas di samping dapat bertukar-tukar pandangan dan bersama-sama menyelesaikan masalah-masalah yang timbul sekiranya ada, terutamanya yang berkaitan dengan hutan di negara kita. Semoga majlis ini dapat mengeratkan lagi hubungan sesama kita dan matlamat program pada kali ini dapat dicapai. Tanpa memanjangkan lagi, saya serahkan majlis pada saudari pengurusi majlis. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Adil Tasnim bin Roslan atas ucapan beliau sebentar tadi. Tanpa melengahkan masa, saya akan serahkan majlis ini kepada Encik Muhammad Aidil, moderator kita pada sesi pertama di mana akan membincangkan mengenai solar. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan.
Baiklah, terima kasih kepada saudari pengurusi majlis. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam ukhuwah. Bersyukur kita pada hari ini kerana dengan limpah izin dan kurnianya dapat kita bertemu lagi dalam sesi perkongsian pada kali ini. Saya Adil Tasnim selaku moderator anda pada pagi ini. Untuk pengetahuan semua, sesi kita akan berlangsung selama 1 jam. Seterusnya diikuti dengan sesi soal jawab selama 20 minit. Jadi pada hadirin yang mempunyai soalan, anda diminta untuk meninggalkannya di ruangan komen untuk dijawab oleh pihak panel kita pada sesi soal jawab nanti. Okay, sebelum saya mengupas tajuk kita dengan lebih mendalam, bak kata orang, tak kenal maka tak cinta, walaupun klise but it's the reality. Mari kita berkenalan dengan panel jemputan kita pada sesi kali ini. Nama beliau Muhammad Syazwan bin Johari. Beliau merupakan pengarah Superheat Energy Superheat. Pencapaian beliau merupakan Best Presenter Award International Symposium on Sustainable Aviation 2020, Award di Server Mechanical Award Night, tokoh kepimpinan fakulti 2019, Silver Award and Project Leader Invention, Innovation and Design Exposition, Affordable Wireless Data Logging System for Automotive Use. Beliau juga menangi Gold Award and Project Leaders First Thinker Innovation Entrepreneurship Challenge, Portable Multi-Sensor, dan terakhir beliau memenangi Best Award or Gold Award, Best Product, Best Innovation, Best Design Award and Project Leader Second Thinker Innovation Entrepreneurship Challenge, Portable Multi-Sensor. Baiklah. Sebelum saya menyimpan dengan lebih jauh, sebab kita baca test terlalu formal, jadi untuk pengetahuan semua, sesi pada kali ini kita saja santai je. Untuk panel kita, kita tak rigid sangat. Kita you are allowed to speak in any language, both BM and BI. So boleh kita naikkan kita punya panel. Baik, saya Syazwan. Apa khabar saudara?
Ya, khabar baik. Assalamualaikum semua. Harap semua sihat ya.
Alhamdulillah sihat. Okay, sebelum tu nak tahu, kita nak gelar saudara Syazwan ni dengan panggilan apa? Sebab seperti kita di luar fakulti dulu kita kenal sebagai saudara Brown. So pada kali ni kita nak panggil apa saudara?
Um, boleh panggil sebagai Brown, tak ada masalah sebab dah terbiasa nama Brown tu lebih kepada stage name. So even dekat tempat kerja walaupun jumpa klien apa semua, so memang dikenali sebagai Brown. So boleh address sebagai Brown lah, tak ada masalah.
Alright. Okay, so rasanya tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, adalah lebih baik jika saya serahkan sesi kita untuk saudara Brown untuk menyampaikan perkongsian beliau. So tanpa melengahkan lagi, saya menjemput Brown untuk sambung sesi pada kali ini.
Okey, baiklah. Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi semua. Alhamdulillah. So pagi ini, insyaAllah, I'll be sharing a bit about, solar and, what types, a bit of introduction and everything. And we'll see a bit more about how solar, the use of solar can actually change people's lives. And bukan hanya sekadar, bila kita kata solar is on the building ke apa ke. So solar is, everywhere, can be used everywhere. So we'll go into that and we'll start with a simple introduction apa semua, and we'll work our way to, kita tengoklah nanti penggunaan solar yang macam luar biasa sikit. Okay, so maybe can up the slide, please. Okay, so for the first thing, I just want to, give some background. But thank you to Aidil because mentioning everything terlalu banyak. Sorry, Aidil. Okay, so my name is Muhammad Shazan Minjari. I'm 26, 27 next year. I'm currently the CTO of Superheat Energy and also one of the directors untuk Superheat Energy. So a bit information on my educational background. Right now I'm doing masters in aerodynamics at inshallah. I have a degree and diploma in mechanical engineering also, and I was a team leader for the UITM Ecophoton Solar Racing team from 2018 to 2021, which is currently this year, so dah tamat my term. So as you can see, my background is actually more towards my educational background. Educational background is more towards mechanical engineering, but my interest is and my passion has always been into electronics, electrics, renewable energy, all sort of things like that. Memang minat from, I think, since high school, I think. But still fortunate, doing mechanical, I get the chance to study, different things, not only focusing on energy, but can also focus on, how to build things, create things, and, have a chance to, grow my mindset. And I also have other interests. So I do love theatrical and arts, music, sculpture, and everything. And especially, as you can see, like I love food. Okay, so all right. So let's talk about solar. So solar, there's many different types of solar. So there's solar PV, as you can see in the picture right here. So basically, what solar PV do is it converts, the sun's power to electricity. There's also solar thermal electric. So it just heats up water and everything. So there's a few kinds of solar, but today we're going to focus on solar photovoltaics. I'm sorry, I have a bit of a sore throat here. Just a moment. Okay, sorry guys, I was working throughout the entire week, so I'm a bit under the weather today. Okay, so today we're just focusing on photovoltaic cells, so or solar panels, solar PV panels. So first of all, just a simple introduction. So what is a solar panel or a solar cell? So a solar panel is a simple device that actually converts the sun's energy to electricity. So how does it do that? Okay, so here's a simple breakdown for you. You can see both of these images. So basically, a solar panel or a solar cell is actually built upon many different layers of material. So a simple material usually is silicon-based material. So when the sun hits the panel, or when the sun hits the solar cell, what it does is it actually causes some kind of a reaction, so when the electrons break free from its space and what, all this movement create electricity. So I don't want to get up all technical, but that's actually how it works. So we cannot actually see the electrons moving, because the electrons is like very very small, so we cannot see it. But that's actually how it works. It's based on uh, the sun's irradiation. So if you don't know what it is, the sun's irradiation is actually not heat. So that's a misconception when people talk about solar panels. So when people think, oh, it's hot outside, panasnya kat luar sekarang, so panas tu actually does not menjamin the solar panel amount of power produced lah. So it can be cold outside. Contoh, the surrounding might be 10 degrees Celsius, 5 degrees Celsius, but the sun is still up. You can see the sun, tak ada awan apa, tak ada apa. 5 degrees Celsius, but it will still work. In fact, it will work much better than kalau dia work kat tempat panas. So that's a misconception. So solar panel is actually not working from the sun's heat berdasarkan suhu. Berdasarkan suhu, no. It's actually doing so from extracting the solar irradiation. So that's a fairly misconception that people usually have. Okay, so just a bit about that. So let's continue here. All right, so there's many different types of solar panels. Okay, there's many different types. This three is the most usual and most common found in the market. So first up, we have the monocrystalline silicon. So monocrystalline silicon is the does have the based on the all these three has the highest efficiency, but it also costs the most compared to these other two. But it is also aesthetically pleasing. So the black colors, like that, when you put it anywhere, uh, it's a much better look in the eye. Okay, so next we do have the polycrystalline silicon. So polycrystalline is slightly less efficient than monocrystalline silicon, but it does come at a lower cost. But the design, or the texture of the polycrystalline silicon is not really eye pleasing. It's a bit ugly, I guess. Okay, so lastly, we have the thin film solar panel. So thin film is the lowest, it has the lowest efficiency compared to these two, but it also has the lowest cost. So thin film can be used since it's thin. So some of it can be actually quite flexible. So you can wrap around something. It's easily placeable on your rooftop. It's easily placeable anywhere. So you don't really have to build like a structure or a strong structure to place the thin film solar panel. So you can place it anywhere you want, but it does, it is very low in efficiency. So I don't think that it is, fairly good to use it. For my opinion, usually, if you want to do some solar related projects, do go with monocrystalline silicon. I do highly recommend that. Okay, so what are the pros and cons of using solar panel? So of course it does have its advantages and disadvantages. Of course, there's no such thing as perfect. So let's go through the advantages first. So well, first of all, it's a renewable energy source. So it's free. Who doesn't want free energy? So it came from the sun. So you just need to have a few solar panels around and lay them, on the ground or anywhere where you can get any solar power or sun, and you get free energy. So it's as simple as that. It's not really complicated. Uh, so this does open up to a whole new potential. Having solar panel to generate energy really does change, a lot of things. And and then again, who doesn't want free energy? Everyone wants free energy, right? It's like not having to pay your TNB bills every month. Okay, so next advantage is a diversity of application. So as I've mentioned before, solar panels can be used for almost anything because it creates energy, it creates a what do you call it, DC current, in terms of DC. So it's like a battery, but powered by the sun. So you can actually put it anywhere you want. It's either in your small electronic projects. You can place it on top of your roof of your house, just to give a bit of a boost to your energy consumption. So there's a lot of application you can do. Uh, that leads to the next advantage, which is to reduce your electricity bill. Yes, of course, since it's free energy, uh, it can contribute to a reduction of your electricity bill. So imagine if you're paying maybe what, around 100 ringgit per month, of your TNB bills. By applying solar panels to your roof of your house, during a good time, with the sun's out, so you might be able to get, if a fairly good reduction. So you might reduce, from 100 ringgit to just 20 to 30 ringgit per month. So it's a good deal. And it's low maintenance, of course. Solar panels can last up to 25 years usually. That is my experience with various manufacturers. So it can last up to 25 years. Uh, so you don't really have to do anything to the solar panel. So once it's connected, it's there. So all you need to do to maintain is to clean the solar panel. Just to clean it, just to make sure that it has a good exposure to the sun. So if there's uh, dry leaves or some stains, just to clean it. So that's all the maintenance that you need. Just a simple basic maintenance. So you don't really have to go, replacing the panel after 2 years, 3 years. You don't really need to do that. You just need to make sure everything is clean. You get a good sun coverage, and then you're good to go. So uh, it's this is as simple as that. Okay, so of course, every advantages have its disadvantages. Okay, so same goes to the use of solar panels. So solar panels, solar PV, it's not perfect. You know, it does improve over time, but it is not perfect. Um, so this disadvantages, we've been facing this since the development of solar PV cells, but hopefully one day we won't need to face this kind of disadvantages. So the first one is high installation and product costs. So yes, solar panel is quite expensive. I can say that. Okay, it's very expensive, and uh, especially when you started to install, for example, if you just wanted to install at your house. So a few hundred watts is already almost like a few thousand ringgit. So it's quite expensive. But you do get the return, the return in investment. But it won't be, in 1 year or 2 years. It will be up to 5 years. 5 years before you can actually see your return, in your investment. So yeah, it can be quite costly, but it is something that can stand for 25 years. I think it's a good it's a good deal. Okay, so I have a quick question from Muhammad Asmawi here. So, saya nak tanya berapa minimum cost untuk pemasangan solar panel sebuah rumah. Okay, so this one is actually depends on your usage for your house. Okay, so I can give you the minimum. So the minimum is this is based on my experience with some industry players that actually provide services to install solar panels. So um, well, it depends on your your usage, but usually the cost will go up from 5,000 ringgit and above. 5,000. So 5,000 is quite a lot. I know. So you might say 5,000 bill api sebulan baru 100. Okay, you might say that. But let's say 5,000 tu can actually cover your TNB bills sebulan. Maybe you have a reduction of 70 ringgit or 80 ringgit. Then 80 ringgit kurang every month. So darab that by 25 years, for example. Darab 25 years, maybe lambat sangat. Okay, ambil lah 10 years. So you you're you really want to use that solar panel, that system for 10 years. So you can actually calculate how much you'll be saving for the next few years. Of course, the installation for the first time is a bit high, 5,000 and above, especially include kalau ada manpower apa semua. It's a bit high, but over years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, you can actually see your investment coming in. Okay, so I hope that answers your questions. So we'll go through the next one. So the next disadvantage is, of course, it's weather dependent. So solar panel really relies on having the sun. So you cannot control the sun, you cannot control the cloud. So so solar panel is extremely you can say mengada-ngada lah, I think. Mengada-ngada. So let's say if it have even a little bit of a shadow, so some shades from leaves and everything from the dirts on top of solar panel, even that can affect the efficiency of the solar panel itself. So that's why you need to clean it regularly. So it's really important for the solar panel to have a clear and direct view to the sun, so that it can actually generate a lot of energy. Okay, so next, solar energy storage is expensive. Yes, it really is. So okay, imagine if you have a huge solar plant. Okay, so the ones that we need to generate electricity for a whole town, for example. So solar panel can only function during the day with the sun out. So what happens during night when there's no sun? Okay, so you need to store, the energy captured in the morning. So you need to store it somewhere. So it's usually stored in, batteries. That's the only place that we can store energy. We can store it in batteries. But it's relatively expensive to store energy. So it's but we don't really have any other way to do it, because we don't really have the sun at night, so we need to store the energy somewhere. So although it's a bit expensive, but usually big energy providers will have this solution. They will store the energy. For example, I think for past few years, I think Tesla built a huge battery pack in Australia just to store energy from the wind and also the solar panels around. And it is possible to build a big battery sets, but it's going to cost you a lot of money. And lastly, one of the, I think, the biggest disadvantage of right now, this might improve later, is that it consumes space. Okay, So solar panel is not really efficient at converting, the sun's solar irradiation to electricity. So currently, the best percentage that a solar panel can convert is 48.9%. Sorry, 48.6, I think. So 48.6%. So that means the solar panel can only convert 48.6% of the sun's energy. That's the highest. So if we go back to, you know, sorry. Okay, so if we go back to this, so monocrystalline silicon can actually converts just around 20 to 24%. So that's a small amount. So you need, a large number of solar panels, a huge number of solar panels, to create a, a large sum of energy. So it consumes, a lot of space. It's not really convenient, but research is done to make sure that, to identify what kind of things we need to do to increase the efficiency of a solar panel. So hopefully one day we won't be able to. I mean, one day we we won't have to, cut down too many trees just to make a solar power plant, right? So based on the types of solar panel, it's a specific purpose for every types, or we can use whatever you want. So basically, you can use whatever you want. It all depends on how much money you have, because different types really cost differently. So monocrystalline silicon, for example, if a 300 watt of monocrystalline silicon would cost you around 500 ringgit, for example. That's mono. So poly is uh, slightly less expensive, I guess, but um, it's not really that efficient. So I should say avoid that. But actually, the type is, uh, because all these solar panels have a similar objectives, which is to um, generate electricity. So it's not really an issue if you choose mono, poly, or thin film. It's not really. It all depends on how much money you have to install. So yeah, so if you have a lot of money, you can go with monocrystalline. But if you have a lot more money, you can actually go with a higher efficiency than monocrystalline silicon, which is what I'll be explaining later on the what you call it, technological development of solar panel. So I hope that answers your question. So I've explained all of this. Okay, so future improvements of solar panel. So I've mentioned all these disadvantages earlier. One solar panel is uh, maybe 20%, 24% for monocrystalline silicon. So we do have you know uh, many other materials for making a solar panel or solar cells, for example. We don't really rely on only silicon or only thin film, so we do have other materials such as gallium arsenide, other organic materials that can actually convert sunlight to electricity. So there's a lot of room for future improvements, and this is one of it. So this is actually called a multi-junction solar panel. So what multi-junction means is that from what I've shown earlier, you know, uh, there's a few layers of semiconductors. So what this means is that it has a lot more layers to capture different wavelengths of the light. So what this means is the same size of a solar panel. So for example, 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters of monocrystalline silicon compared to multi-junction. So the multi-junction will actually produce a lot more electricity. So it can boost up to 40% uh, compared to the 20% of the monocrystalline silicon. So there's really a lot of advancements on solar development to make sure that we won't get stuck at the old technologies. But this is extremely, I can say extremely, it's about 10 times the cost of the monocrystalline silicon. Yeah, that's true. You heard that right. It's 10 times much more expensive. And also it's used in very rare cases for now, for the time being, because it's really hard to produce, highly efficient solar cells like this multi-junction. So usually what they'll use this for is for space applications, for satellites, for internet, ISS, International Space Station. So they'll use this. They'll use this kind of solar cells, solar panels, because it's highly efficient. It generates a lot of electricity at a smaller area of surface area that needs to be exposed to the sun. Okay, so all right. So here's what I've mentioned before. So solar panels, solar cells in this case. So there's been a lot of research throughout the years. There's research on different kind of materials, different kinds of layering technique, different kind of structures by different kind of universities from all around the world. So all of us, all these researchers are working towards one goal, which is to create the highest efficiency of solar panels. So right now, as you might probably see from the on the right side, the highest efficiency is 46%. But 46% is based on a 2016 data. I think I don't really have the latest graph of this. Right now, I think we might have hit 48% efficiency by 2021. So this. I think this one is limited at 2016, I guess. But this is just to show that the studies and the progress of development of solar panels is ongoing. It's always going, because we believe that by exploiting the power of the sun, it's a much better use of burning stuff down, burning trees, burning coals, extracting oil. Solar panels is the way to go. Can withstand up to last 25 years. That's why every university around the world, every institute, every organization tries to come up with the best, the best solution and the most efficient solar panel. So why is it important for the the efficiency to be improved? To improve the efficiency. So, well, imagine if I want to build a 30 megawatt. I think it's 30 megawatt. 30 megawatt worth of solar farm. It's a huge solar farm. It's a big solar farm. I need to produce 30 megawatts. 30 megawatts, I think, can power around like 1,000 homes, I think. 1,000 houses per month. Okay, so how do I want to do this? So I need a huge, area, because I'll be using a lot of solar panels. So right now, the conventional methods is to actually, unfortunately, I had to say this, but to cut down the trees, just to make room for, areas to implant solar panels. But, that is where the importance of the improvements of solar panels come in, because we want to reduce that. Okay, so based from what I've mentioned earlier, so for example, if I want to build a 30 megawatt plant, I might need 14 acres of land. Okay, so that is by using a standard monocrystalline silicon solar panel. But what if we can actually mass produce? We have a solar panel with a higher efficiency, near 50% conversion rates, from sun to electricity. We only need a few acres. We might not even have to cut the trees. A few acres, we can just put the panels on top of a building or something. So imagine that. So imagine where we won't really have, we won't really need to cut down the trees. You just need to smack the solar panels, the high efficiency solar panels on top of your roof, on top of your anything, on top of your car, on top of tall buildings. So we don't really need to, to cut down any more trees. That is where, uh, the impact of the improvement of solar panels. So it's really important for us to keep moving, keep moving in terms of research, in terms of continuing to use solar panels, because we need to achieve that one day. So we need to achieve a highly efficient solar panel. So hopefully one day we'll have that, and we won't need to deal with all these disadvantages ever again. So this is what I just mentioned before. So a higher efficiency solar panel leads to, more savings, more power, and everything. So as you can see here, a conventional solar might be you need to use 15 solar panels, so you can actually produce only 4.2 kilowatts. But if you use a high efficiency solar panel for the same amount of uh, same number of solar panel, you can actually produce more. So from 4.2 kilowatts, you can actually produce 6 kilowatts in total, for the same amount of space. So that's where the improvement, the importance of the improvements comes in. So you need to improve, and improve, so that you can produce a higher amount of energy at a smaller surface area. So hopefully we'll achieve that one day. Okay, so let's take a look at, when we're talking about solar, all of you usually imagine it's on a house, it's on a factory, it's on a solar farm. So actually, solar panel is much more than that. So we're going to take a look at, some of the use of solar panel that does not involve, housing. Yeah. So we're using solar panels for other uses. In this case, for the first part, I want to show the use of solar panel on, transportation. So as of now, there's no really a commercial car that actually runs on fully powered solar. Um, right now, what the world does is actually they participate in competitions like this. This one is the Bridgestone World Solar Challenge, held in Australia every 2 years. This is also the competition that I've been in 2 times, I think, 2 times. So here, every there's I think there's around 40 teams all around the world, from 20 countries came here, just to showcase their inventions, their innovations on the use of solar panel on a vehicle, a running vehicle. So uh, there's no charging port. It purely runs on solar power only, and not a single drop of fuel is used. So, uh, but as you can see, the shape is not really like a normal car. There's a weird shapes, catamaran shape, like bullet shaped car. So it's one of the drawbacks of using solar panels. So you need to have a good aerodynamics, hence the different shapes. So that's whole another topic. But just want to show the use cases of solar panels. So here you can see the back shot of our car. This is actually our car from UITM Ecomoton Solar Racing Team, raced in Australia in 2019. So the race is 3 3,000 kilometers from Darwin to Adelaide. So imagine having to travel 3,000 kilometers without, without a single drop of fuel, or only relying on solar panel. So this is where, all these other countries want to show off. We have the best tech, we have the best solar, we have the best material. So, but it's a healthy competition. It's competitions like these that push the boundaries of innovation. It pushed the boundaries of innovation, the technologies. So this is where uh, people want to start to feel like they want to do more. So uh, it's competitions like this that cause the research to be done more. So what can they can use to make sure that the solar panel can produce a lot of energy at a smaller surface area. Okay, because even the competition, this competition, so it's done every 2 years, and the maximum number of, or the maximum space allowed for the solar panel decreases every year. So that actually pushed us, to find ways to to create energy at a smaller area. So that actually pushes us to find um, much better solar panel year year after year after year. So we need to improve, improve, and improve. So, you know, competitions like this do help to push innovations and research. So a bit technical on the solar car, I think. So this car actually uses the monocrystalline silicon solar, as I've shown before. It's around 24% efficient, and it uses 4 meters square worth of solar panel. So the top of the car is around 4 meters square of solar panel. So this one, yes, it does have batteries. As I mentioned before, it needs to store the energy somewhere. So we need to store it in a battery pack. So we have a 5 kilowatt hours of lithium ion batteries inside the car. So let's say when we want to overtake another car, or we want to drive faster, and the solar panel cannot accommodate the amount of power, so we'll actually use the boost from the battery itself. And maybe if you want to move at night, which we don't really do in this competition, but if we want to move at night, so we'll use the energy from the battery itself. Uh, so and this other thing is so the car itself is made of carbon fibers, so that's an honorable mention for the car. So other than that, I don't think you need to know much, but you just need to know that it is possible to use solar panel to power up an electric vehicle. When we work works towards electric mobility, solar is it's in it's a possible options for the future. So okay, so 3,000 kilometers using a solar powered car. 0 liter of fuel, not a single drop of fuel was used. But if you use, let's say, a Honda, a Civic, for example, you need at least 200 liters of fuel to travel 3,000 kilometers. So 200 liters, that's a lot, that's approximately, almost 500 ringgit worth of fuel, I guess. So, fossil fuel is being depleted as we're speaking right now. It's being used every single day. It's running out every single day. So, is this what we what we really want to to use fuel for for travels like this, while we can actually rely on electricity and the sun to actually generate the electricity for us? So, you know hopefully one day we can actually have cars that is actually powered by solar panels. So that's the dream future, and the future is almost here. this is two of the examples of a commercial car developed by this one is developed by other countries. Huh? It's not developed in Malaysia. So the left one is Lightyear One. It's being developed in the Netherlands, and the Netherlands team is the team that actually raced in the 2017 Bridgestone World Solar Challenge. So uh, they are the ex players of the solar racing world, and they come up with a new startup company to work on a solar powered electric vehicle, and this is what they came up with. It's from the Netherlands. That is the Lightyear one, and the on the right side is the Aptera. Aptera is from United States, I think. So Aptera is a unique looking car, three-wheeled, very aerodynamically designed, and it's covered with solar panels on top. So the future is almost here. So uh, once this car this being commercialized and being put to good use, it's going to change the world. Imagine traveling, balik kampung or everything. You won't even need to stop for a charge. You just need to, just chill, travel like usual, and yeah, and your car will recharge itself. How many days it take to complete the race? So I forgot. I think for us, for the EcoPhoton Solar Racing team, it took us 5.5 days. I think 5.5 days. So because we had to travel a bit slower than the other competition due to some of the technical issues that we faced in 2019. Uh, yeah, but teams that actually use, you know, um, solar panels that is very high efficiency, the one that I've mentioned earlier, the multi-junction solar panels, they actually completed the whole race around 4.5 days, which is quite impressive. 4.5 days they need to complete, but they were using the highly expensive solar panel. So you can actually see, the difference. Now, if you have the money, you can buy the expensive solar panel and you can win the race. So yeah, so it took roughly between 4.5 to 5.5 based on your speed during the travel. Okay, so that's on solar powered transportation. So hopefully, this is the kind of stuff that we're looking forward in the future. Having transportation that doesn't require any sort of fuel. Uh, you know, this is the way to go. Hopefully it will be commercialized soon. Okay, so let's take a look at another uh, case where solar can be very useful. Okay, here is a shot of a system called Arus. This is assembled by our team, the Superheat team, at Sungai. What was its name? Let me check first. The name. Oh, Kampung Sangau. Okay, this one is at Kampung Sangau, and this one is located at Sabah. So Kampung Sangau and a few other villages around there doesn't have any supply of clean water and also a supply of electricity. So it's completely off grid. Okay, it's completely off grid. It doesn't have any form of electricity. It doesn't have any form of clean water supply. It's by the river. It does have a river there, but the river, the water is there is quite muddy, and it's actually quite dangerous to go into the river because there was news of crocodile sightings there. So when we heard about this, what we do is actually we want to do something about it. Okay, uh, we weren't just going to sit down and let them live without clean water, let them live without electricity, because how would kids, learn doing their homework, when they need that sort of thing. They need clean water to drink, they need clean water to make food, they need clean water to take a shower and everything. Uh, so we did something about it. Okay, so what we did was we actually built some sort of an IKEA based device. So everything is placed inside the container. So once the container arrives, we just set everything up. It's as simple as that. So this is something that I think we're really proud of, because this one was assembled in 2018, I think, and still runs until today. So uh, we really uh, uh, it's a good thing that it still runs. Okay, so here's a top shot of the ARUS system that we've installed. There's 36 pieces of polycrystalline solar panel. Unfortunately, we didn't use monocrystalline silicon. It's a bit expensive during that time, so we just use poly. And we do have a bunch of lead acid batteries installed, because we want to make sure that the system will actually run even at night, not only during the daytime. So we need to install quite a few batteries. So a few MPPTs, creating some power supply and basic surge protection devices, and everything works like a charm. So here is the comparison of the water that was treated using the system. So it's before and after. You can actually see how muddy it is, and then after you can see how clear it is. So imagine living in the village there. Every day you have to use muddy waters to take a shower, to create to drink. It's not really safe. It imposes a health hazard to the person who's drinking it. So imagine not having access to clean water and electricity. And uh, once we've entered the village with a solution, a solar powered solution, and being able to supply them with clean water like this, it's kind of a miracle. I think it's like, you know, uh, in a way we were able to give back to the community. So that was a plus point for us. So the what do you call it, ARUS, then the ARUS system, the solar powered ARUS system actually benefited Kampung Sangau and other villages as well. It benefited around at least 1,200 villages around. So a simple system like this, being solar powered and everything, imagine that this can actually help 1,000 people. So the it's limitless. There's limitless use cases for solar panels. You can put solar panel anywhere. You can put it in the middle of the forest. You can put it in the middle of a desert, just to power anything. So this really shows that solar panel, should be put into good use for things like this. We don't really need to rely on, burning down oil or burning down woods to generate electricity, generate heat, while you can actually use, solar panels like this to, you know, uh, to provide to 1,000 villages for what, maybe 5 to 10 years to come, with just a single system. So I hope this really encourages other people as well to uh, uh, innovate like this. It's, uh, it's really, I know, really good. And yeah, so it allows for a safer way to take a bath. Of course, the water is much cleaner, and there's no more cases of crocodile attack. So crocodile attacks, yes, they are real at Kampung Sangau there. There have been cases of crocodile attacks. So after the installation of this, Alhamdulillah, so they won't need to go nearby the river again. So they have clean water source on the shore. So kids won't really have to dive in, in the middle of the river. So people won't have to come to the river and take water out. So everything is being done by the solar powered water treatment system, by the solar powered arrows. Okay, so we also inside the RO system, what we actually did, so we do have the extra battery. So what we do is also we'll supply electricity for the community center, the Tadika there, and also for the Pondok Mengaji over there. So this actually allows uh, uh, people to work at night comfortably with lights. Imagine, previously before having electricity, they don't have this, and they rely on on-site generators, diesel generators to generate electricity, which is not a really uh, environmentally friendly way. You're burning something, you're burning fuel. So you releases toxic gases uh, around you. You releases carbon dioxide and everything. So it's not really a healthy way to generate electricity. So uh, but after installing arrows there, so they can actually tap in the electricity from the arrow system to power up all these things. So it's a much cleaner way to provide power to a rural area like this. So let's take a look at a quick comparison here. So um, imagine if so the arrow system does not produce any carbon footprint in any way because it runs purely on solar. It stores its electricity purely in a battery system. Uh, so it avoided around 26.3 metric ton of carbon per year, which is very impressive. This is per year. So 26.3 metric ton is a lot. So it's equivalent to 60.8 barrels of oil, which is a lot. So imagine if you were to power the RO system by using oil, you are using 60.8 barrels of oil, which is a lot. Okay, 60 barrels instead of using 24 solar panels. I think so. It's up to you guys to you know to see which one is better by using solar or using oil. So you can see the comparison here. So it's like using almost 3,000 gallons of gasoline just to power the Arus for a year. So Arus now has been going on for almost 4 years. Okay, the system now is almost running for almost 4 years. So imagine 4 years it's running. It's about 12,000 gallons of gasoline consumed. So you can actually see the difference is quite high here. Okay, so finally we'll look at this. Okay, this is some of the village that is quite similar to Kampung Sangau, as I mentioned before. Um, there's a lot of other village that is facing the same problem, and there's a whole lot of villages that is being affected by this kind of problem. So imagine if we can deploy, right? we can deploy a system like ours here, a solar powered system like this, to all this location here. Uh, Imagine the lives that will be changing by providing them clean waters and clean energy. So, uh, hopefully one day that it's not really, it's not really going to be only us or only a few companies doing so, but I hope that will be other organizations as well. Maybe one day YouthCare will be able to take a part of this, providing clean water, clean energy to all these places like this, and changing other people's lives for the better, right? So, uh, so, so that's it. I think I've presented a simple, what do you call it? A simple introduction to solar panels, how it works, the advancements, uh, of course, the best, uh, what do you call it? The things that is the most important to note is uh, the advancements in solar panel, uh, and how it will affect us in the future. So I hope that uh, this sharing session that I'm doing right now, I hope that it will actually, give people some spirit to actually pursue in, research in solar panels and everything, because it is one day, one day we'll be using a lot of solar panels, so we want it to be as efficient as possible. So that's it for me. Um, Thank you so much. I hope you guys get a great input from what I'm talking today. Sorry, if I'm a bit under the weather today. I have a sore throat a bit. So I hope you guys enjoy, and thank you so much. I'm passing back to Ideal.
Alright, thank you so much, Mr. Shazwan or Brown. So we do have few questions here. Would you like to answer, or you want to like have a break for 1 minute to perhaps drink water or
Yeah, can we have like maybe just a minute and just a quick drink, and we can start with the Q&A. And I can talk, no worry. So yeah.
alright.
Okay.
So we'll be back in like 30 minutes to 1 minute. Okay. Alright. Okay. So kita proceed dengan kita punya Q&A session. Alright. So before I proceed with the comments or the questions in the chat, the comment box too, I would like to ask few questions from my side itself. Right. Mr. Brown, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
I just want to know why did you choose this field? I mean, the solar technology. As like mechanical students, we do have quite variety of fields that for me are more interesting, such as aviation and also additive manufacturing. Not to offend you lah, but yeah, why solar technology?
Okay, so I've actually been fascinated with solar panels since I was small. I mean, small as in a kid. You know that calculator yang ada small solar cell there. I was very intrigued about that now. So when I uh, hold the calculator and then go to the light, they ada. So I suddenly close the solar cells there, and suddenly they slowly fade out. So from there, it starts to build my passion towards solar energy lah. And from there, uh, uh, and then my passion really grew when I joined itulah UiTech Kevoton. Kevoton
I see.
teams since about 2016 again, I think.
Yeah, quite a time lah.
Yeah.
Right, so Brown, so just
Yeah.
since you mentioned about the solar in the calculator, so is there any like smaller size of solar ke atau to the smallest? Sebab just wondering lah, I'm doing some project juga for the time being, so nak tahu as if you have the smaller one.
Actually, it depends on your definition lah sebenarnya. Because if we want to talk smaller, actually there's smaller. Ada yang small
I
lagi.
see.
Tapi
Like,
the amount of power is very minimal lah. But
I see.
but it can produce. There's a much smaller than that. Memang ada. But the amount of power is very minimal lah. Like a few milliwatts. Memang very sikit. Itu maybe untuk small application untuk some backup power. I'm not sure. Tapi memang ada lah. But not recommended lah.
I see. Understood. So we do have a question here from Hafiz Rusdi. I would like to ask what are the minimum size and price for the solar panels that are available in the market? I think the same question that I asked. So for the pricing, what did you say?
Yeah. So kalau market lah, kalau market usually minimum yang easily obtainable is around 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters lah. Itu yang untuk macam orang kata the use of embedded punya electronics ke apa ke nak buat dekat casing projects or anything, ada lah a few. So for the price, well, it actually depends. Sebab ada there's a few solar panels yang what I call gitu-gitulah kan. If you wanna ada power sikit, if you don't care about efficiency ke apa ke, you just want to power up something, it can go as low as below than RM50 pun ada. Small size, tak banyak. I mean tak besar lah. Small size, below than RM50 pun ada. But itu if you want to use that for macam simple projects or anything, boleh lah, tak ada masalah. But for housing ataupun kalau housing lah, housing lah, kalau macam maybe 200 watts or 300 watts punya panel, which is quite big. I think it's how much? Macam almost a meter by half a meter lah. A meter, half meter. It's around 350 to 500 ringgit. It actually depends on your use lah. Sebabnya solar panel can be quite there's so many different designs of solar panel. But usually, diorang akan try to maintain the same dimension. They'll try. But usually ada macam-macam design. There's flexible, semi-flexible, there's yang standard, yang rigid, yang ada frame, yang all the classes and everything. It all depends on your use lah. But untuk industrial use, it's going to be 350 and above lah, per solar panel.
So based on your answer just now kan, just wondering lah, do you have any suggestion for us to like choose what type of solar panel that we can like generate or power up something that we want to produce? Ke just try and error or
Actually, you can use anything, but I do recommend, if anything, do proceed with monocrystalline. Monocrystalline will be much better in producing energy lah. It's going to be much more efficient. Plus, the efficiency won't be affected much by surrounding temperature, because ada solar panel yang dia tak akan work efficiently bila surrounding panas. For example, like maybe surrounding 40 degrees Celsius ke 50 degrees Celsius ke surrounding, the efficiency of the panel drop. So that ada a few lah. So monocrystalline is one of those yang tak affected sangat lah. Still affected but not by much. So always go with monocrystalline lah. That's for me.
Yes. Understood. So we have another question here from Muhammad Fadli. In terms of usage, is there any monthly or annually service need to be done to the solar panel?
So I did mention this on the advantages of solar. So this is to answer one of the advantages lah. Okay, so monthly yes, but it's only for cleaning. Cuci je your solar panel. There won't be anything else. Just cuci and just maybe check for cracks or anything lah. Itu je. So you don't really have any annual kind of service that needs to be done, except for maybe nak on your system tu nanti maybe boleh pantau the amount of power, is there any drop ke apa ke. That's it lah. Untuk maintenance yang kena buka panel, cuci bawah ke, nak ganti panel ke, there's no need for that. Paling tak pun cuci atas je, settle.
Yes. So macam nak check the crack pun we can do ourselves lah, tak perlu panggil any service provider.
Yeah, correct. Memang boleh buat sendiri.
I see. Interesting. So another question here from Muhammad Fakrul Fahmi. How many days does it... Okay, sorry, I think we already answered this question.
Yeah.
From Faris Yaakob, since your company ran research and development, how have you recovered on how to overcome the weather issue? But I think this is the major issue faced by the solar technology, right?
Yeah, so okay, weather issue unfortunately memang tak ada for the time being. There's no way for us to ini kalau weather issue ni, kalau let's say if it's mendung or hujan something, itu memang there's no way around it lah. Memang tak boleh nak buat apa lah. But in terms of sun punya position, let's say sun tu maybe not panel kat sini, and then maybe sun kat sini, it moves kan. Kalau macam solar panel yang rotating ikut sun tu, there's technology for that lah. Itu memang ada. Dia boleh follow the sun, tapi dia tak boleh elak the cloud. So if there's cloud, memang tak boleh buat apa. So unfortunately itu yang paling what you say the biggest disadvantage lah. Even kalau dia mendung sikit pun efficiency dia akan drop gila-gila. Even if it's clouds yang bukan yang terlalu tebal, yang still nampak matahari sikit kan, but the efficiency still drops. It needs to be a clear sky, baru dia betul-betul efficient.
Yes. So kita tak ada lagi soalan from the comment box. So sambil nak tunggu if any other questions, I think I would like to ask a few things jugalah.
Okay, sure.
Okay, nak tahu jugalah, I mean just now kita dengar pasal we have a technology untuk the solar panel to follow the direction of the sun kan.
Yeah.
So is there like any other technologies that being developed now? I mean the latest, the current one, the current technology.
Yes, I think a lot of people are doing that. But I think the technology is dah capai at its peak lah sebenarnya, because there's nothing left to do, because it only tracks the sun sebenarnya. So it's not really orang kata teknologi yang canggih sangat that needs years of development. Sebenarnya it's a really simple sun tracking punya algorithm. I think everybody has access to all the coordinates untuk dia buat semua tu. Everything is available online now. So untuk the development of that kind of tracking, maybe still ada yang buat, but maybe yang diorang tengah buat tu is not the conventional way. Maybe there's another way they're developing. That one I don't know lah. But the simple one is it already reach its peak in technology lah. Memang dah tak ada apa sangat. Dia memang only to track the sun. So as long as the sun and also the panel is perpendicular with each other, and itu yang paling efficient lah. So kalau dia boleh follow perpendicular, memang very efficient lah.
So, is there any other question from the audience? I would like to open to anyone, if any. I think there's no other question here. So, I think we can end our session for this morning. So before we end, I would like to invite jemput lah Proud untuk give your kata-kata ke, if any, atau nak bagi semangat for those yang baru nak involve dengan solar technology ke. So, sorry, we have another question.
I saw that one.
Okay. So from Akral Fahmi, do you think that there will be a huge changes on solar panel usage in Malaysia in the future?
Yes, I do. One of the reasons why, because regulations. So nowadays regulations are being less strict, and then dorang try to promote all these different kind of schemes as in untuk, there's a lot of packages yang you can install solar panel at your house without even paying any down payment. So ada some sort of paying schedule throughout your usage and semua. There's a lot of packages right now. I think it's going to have a huge change in Malaysia lah. Memang ni akan terjadi. So one of the things why I say that, because sebab solar panel pun I don't have a image right now, but Malaysia is actually strategically placed, and kita ni must strategically placed dekat equator. So we actually do receive a lot of solar irradiation. So using solar panel for us and kat Malaysia is actually very menguntungkan lah, senang cerita. So it's rugi kalau kita tak pakai. The only downside that we have in Malaysia is we usually have a lot of rain and clouds and so on. But yes, there will be a huge change, of course, and the change will be good for us. It's not going to be bad for us, it's going to be good for us, especially when we're talking about going green. Okay? So, itulah, insyaAllah, one day we'll see a lot more of solar panel use in Malaysia.
Right, thank you so much, Mr. Shazwan, Mr. Brown. We have another question here. I think this is our last question for this session. If ada any other question, perhaps we can contact Mr. Brown later on lah. We can email or okay. Kita akan bagi ruang untuk Brown promote dia punya company as well untuk share di Instagram ke di website ke kalau ada. Right.
Yeah, maybe so I'll share it after this.
Right. So from Adib Aiman, for the Arus project, how long does it take to complete the project for village? Is a very interesting project. Really looking forward in the future.
Okay, so Arus project. So Arus project is a for the deployment, it's actually not that bad. The deployment is less than 2 weeks. The real challenge is transportation. Memang it's a bit hard lah for transportation, especially for that kind of rural area. Mana kita nak bawa masuk, this container masuk dalam semua. So the real challenge is actually the logistics. So once we've sampai kat site, the foundation and everything is only a few days. Deployment, the structure, everything is included inside the container itself. So tinggal nak pasang everything. So less than 2 weeks is everything is settled actually sebenarnya. So less than 2 weeks. Cuma fabrication dia, of course, the fabrication took a bit of a time. I think almost a month untuk fabrication lah. But the deployment is only 2 weeks. So yeah, in the future, if we can fabricate up around 10 sets or 20 sets of arus punya ni, for deployment memang akan laju je. Deployment memang 2 weeks settle lah.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Adik, for the question. I think memang interesting question juga lah. Mr. Brown pun eager to like answer your question. Nampak excited guys.
Betul. Ya, betul.
Right. So, I think without further ado, kita jumpa kot untuk Mr. Brown to give your last speech to the audience. And perhaps any contactor, they can contact as if they want to ask any question or they want to engage with Brown and your company. So, jumpa.
Okay, thank you so much. I really hope that this is simple. I'm just going to give a simple advice. So the simple advice that people usually macam take for granted lah. So I hope you guys don't take this for granted. But if you have any ideas, anything you want to do, anything you want to try, anything you want to innovate, just go and do it. Don't be afraid. It's it's really the small things yang akan lead towards the bigger things. So it's macam what I've experienced. So I started from small scale solar panel to small. So now I'm working towards something big. It's always that small step. Kalau tak ambil, you won't be able to walk further lah. Okay, so don't be afraid to innovate, and always make things simple. Don't think too complicated. You might say that, for example, the Arus project looks complicated, or the solar car project looks complicated, but behind that is actually simplicity. Simplicity is what makes things work. Don't be afraid to make things simple. Sometimes sometimes people want to do complicated things because they want to make it look like wow apa semua. But actually no, when you have objective to achieve, you just need to do as simple as you can just to make sure that the objective is reachable. So that's my advice. Don't be afraid to innovate, and simple things is sometimes much better than complex things. So and also keep innovating. So it's what will make us grow. Okay, I think that's it for me. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening. I hope you guys gain something from this talk. And yes, I'm very excited to talk. It's always been it's fun to talk. It's fun to share things like this. All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Brown.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, I forgot one thing. If you want more information, you can go to our website. It's superheatenergy.com. Yeah, superheatenergy.com. You can go there. Where can I leave my cans? Can someone post it in the comment section, please? Superheat Energy. Yeah, that's it. It's superheatenergy.com. So if you need to contact, you can contact there. Contact me. You can see what other projects we have. Do feel free to see around the website.
Right, thank you so much, Mr. Brown. A very fruitful discussion, very interesting sharing. So I hope that the audience here boleh apply lah, boleh gain some knowledge about the solar technology. Sebab me myself personally, memang I dah lama interested in this solar technology. Cuma I just don't know from where to start. So macam Mr. Brown bagi tahu tadi, just start, just explore the things. So eventually kita akan like adapt with the situation, with the technology. Right, so I think it's better for me to refer the text sebab kalau tak takut menyimpang jauh sangat. Right,
Yeah.
so okay, Alhamdulillah, thank you Mr. Brown atas proses sebentar tadi. Saya kata saya menyeru kepada semua yang berada dalam sesi ini agar kita sama-sama bertanggungjawab untuk menjaga keindahan alam sekitar, terutama #rainbow kita. Okey, benda baik-baik ini sebelum saya menutup bicara, bumi yang tiada udara bagai tiada nyawa. Ia dikelar manusia yang jahil tentangnya. Sekian, tanpa melengahkan lagi, saya serahkan sesi kita pada pengurusi majlis. So, terima kasih Mr. Brown. Hope to see you again in the future, insyaAllah. So, all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
Selesai sudah sesi soal jawab kita bersama panel pertama. Terima kasih Encik Syazwan Johari di atas perkongsian beliau sebentar tadi. Baiklah, kita akan berehat seketika dan akan kembali tepat jam 10.45 pagi. Diharap semua peserta setia bersama kami.
Solar energy. Did you know that all of the energy we use comes from the sun? You probably know that's true for solar panels, but the sun is also the ultimate source for energy generated by wind, water, and fossil fuels. It works like this. Heat from the sun drives the air currents and water currents that turn wind turbines and power hydroelectric dams. Meanwhile, the rays of the sun also help the plants grow that ultimately become wood, coal, and gas. What if we could cut out the middleman to open the most direct path between the sun and the energy we use every day? Let's take a step back so we can understand the real power and potential of the sun. The sun is a massive, flaming sphere of gases, 330,000 times more massive than the Earth. At its core, the sun is 27 million degrees Fahrenheit, which is 60,000 times the temperature of your oven when you bake a pizza. The sun gives off lots of energy into space as heat and light, called solar energy. If we could capture all of the solar energy that reaches the Earth's surface, we could continuously run a 25-inch television on every square meter of the Earth and still have energy left over. Right now, we aren't using all this energy. Instead, we mostly rely on coal, oil, natural gas, and other resources. But these sources aren't renewable, which means they'll eventually run out. In fact, if we keep using these non-renewable resources at the rate we are now, we may run out of oil and gas in the next 50 or so years, and coal in the next 115 years. Not only are these non-renewable resources going to run out, they're also polluting our planet and contributing to climate change. The sun's energy, on the other hand, will not run out for the next 5 billion years. That makes it a renewable resource. Other renewable resources, like wind and water, can also provide us with energy. But even all the energy we can get from all these sources added together is still less than 1% of the solar energy reaching the Earth. It's clear that the potential of solar energy massively outshines its competitors. How exactly do we harness solar energy? Solar panels directly convert sunlight into usable electricity using special materials like silicon. Another way to harness solar energy is through a process called concentrated solar power, which uses thousands of mirrors to reflect sunlight onto a tower. The heat captured in the tower makes steam that flows through a steam turbine which generates electricity. But even though we have these promising technologies to capture solar energy, there are still many challenges with using solar energy on a large scale. For example, the amount of solar energy we can harness can change based on place and time. Some parts of the world get much more sun than others. Solar panels in the Sahara Desert will produce more energy than those in Seattle. But even in the sunniest places, the sunlight still isn't constant. The changing of seasons, the cycle from day to night, and even clouds in the sky can reduce the amount of available energy. To make solar energy usable when and where it's less available, we need to improve energy storage and transmission systems. Above all, we also need to make solar technologies more efficient and less expensive. Currently, less than 1% of all energy produced and used in the United States comes from solar energy. But as more researchers, private citizens, entrepreneurs, and government agencies amazing potential, we're moving closer to a solar-powered society every day. The more we advance our use of solar energy, the brighter our future can be.
Right now, we're facing a man-made disaster of global scale, our greatest threat in thousands of years, climate change. If we don't take action, the collapse of our civilizations and the extinction of much of the natural world is on the horizon. The world's people have spoken. Their message is clear. Time is running out.
The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now is 50% higher than it was in 1900. And not only are we piling in more and more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but we are chopping down the forests of the earth at a great rate. And the forests themselves are the most efficient consumers of carbon dioxide that there are on Earth. We're going to destroy the ground because the soil of a rainforest isn't very good. We are actually tampering with the climate of the Earth and with the very atmosphere that we breathe. When we talk about the disappearance of the ozone layer, we don't know what will happen when the ozone layer goes. The world has become so fragile that we cannot subject the Earth to the tortures we can now inflict upon it. When we talk about the greenhouse effect, we're talking about something that affects the entire Earth. And these problems are life and death problems. They go to the root of the viability of the planet itself. So if there's one thing that is biologically certain about the human species is that it is a human species, one species.
If we don't stop the destruction of our natural world, nothing else will matter. Simply put, if we don't protect nature, we can't protect ourselves.
The only way we can solve a problem is by a human solution. Never can we sit back and wait for miracles to save us. Miracles don't happen. Sweat happens. Efforts happens. Thought happens.
Kembali semula kita pada majlis hari ini, kini diteruskan lagi dengan aktiviti santai bersama tetamu jemputan khas kita, Mengah Holdings. Dipersilakan.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Tapi sebelum tu guys, ambil position 5, 6, 7, 8. So, dah cukup lah. Sekali lagi encore. Lagi sekali. Okay. Silakan. Mengah Holdings. Tak ada siapa cakap. Sekali. Bodoh lah. Bersilakan. Mengah Holdings. Selamat pagi semua. Nampaknya 5 minit sudah terbuang. Alhamdulillah. Okey, terima kasih atas itu saja daripada kami.
Jumpa lagi.
Okey. So tak relax. Yang tak relax keluar. Keluar cakap tak relax keluar.
Keluar. Ada
Okay.
syak nasional.
Pertama sekalinya sebelum kita pergi lebih lanjut, kami adalah Mengah Holdings. Saya CEO Mengah Holdings, Akasha Izdihar.
Saya founders Mengah Holding Poyak.
Saya co-founder Mengah Holding, Sulaiman.
Saya Exco Makanan Mengah Holding, Amar.
Saya Esko Kerohanian Mengah Holding, Fatul.
Saya Exco Pelbagai, Kemal.
Ada.
Baru tubuh.
Sebab kita pun bawa kutip dia. So, lagi dalam mana ada. Okay. So, tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, kita memang kena lengahkan. So, sebelum tu lah kita tengok ada yang excited. Mengah korang. Yang komen ni keluar. Yang beria sangat.
Semangat.
Semangat.
Kita nak semangat tu.
Yes. So, dah habis goreng belum?
Belum lagi.
Patut korang Mengah.
So, jangan lupa share dan subscribe YouTube YouthCare channel ni.
Sekali apa ke?
Apa ke?
YouthCare. What you can? I know you can.
YouthCare.
So DJ Bon. Dah Mengah, okey. Sebelum ada benda yang terkeluar dari perut kami. Kita juga ada rakan daripada
Indonesia.
Kita. Okey. Walaupun ni bukan live TikTok, kita buat program kita.
Siapa beriman?
Okey, menyesal ke tidak? So kami adalah Mengah Holdings. Baik, itu saja daripada kami.
Terima kasih.
Let's go. Jadi kita teruskan lagi kita punya program pada hari ni.
Apa program kita betul?
Lah hari ni kita pasal apa kawan-kawan?
Kawan-kawan.
Cuba komen sikit.
Korang nak kita buat apa?
Saya tengok atas ni, yang atas kepala saya ni dan juga atas kepala kau, kita sedang program rimba kita.
Okey. So, kita nak bincang, kita buat benda ni
Mengah kupas sikit isu hutan ni.
Dia
kupas.
macam ni.
Okey, kupas. Okey.
So sebenarnya
Dua kali.
Apa pendapat korang tentang hutan sekarang?
Okey, tentang hutan sekarang ni lah. Fatul?
senang buat ni. So pendapat saya lah untuk
okey.
untuk berkenaan dengan hutan ni, sebenarnya banyak benda yang kita boleh dapat lah daripada hutan ni, and macam kita tengok let's protect rimba kita, betul? Jadi apa maksudnya tu Amak?
Let's protect rimba kita ni, kalau kita translate ke bahasa Melayu, marilah kita melindungi rimba kita.
Betul.
Apa maksud rimba itu, Poyak?
Dia rimba ni yang lebih faham pasal isu ni Ni lah Ikmal. Ikmal cerita ke Ikmal. Apa yang kau faham?
Rimba ni yang kalau kita nak ambil air tu, mak sini rimba.
Timber. Itu
Rimba
timber.
tu yang macam batul. Tiba buat lawak rimba.
Hamba. Tiba. Tiba. Faham. Kadang benda ni memang kita tak rehearsal lah.
Rehearsal lah. Ini
Kadang
semua
tapi
spontan je
rimba
lah.
tu apa?
Ini kalau ni serius.
Sekejap, Google sekejap. Sekejap, Google sekejap.
Google kejap.
Tak nampak.
Jangan kacau setting.
Dah macam geng bas sekolah.
Ada yang cakap game sekolah keluar. Jangan beria sangat keluar.
Nak pick up line sikit bang.
Kalau ni program orang, bukan program kita. Tapi kita buat dia.
Apa pun kita
Buat dia.
kena dulu. Alamak,
Dia bagi pick up line bro.
MC dengar ke?
Dengar.
Macam lambat sikit.
Macam
tak apa. Apa senyum-senyum, kita orang tengok je. Tak ada.
Belum ada plan nak bagi.
Okey, MC nak tahu nama apa yang MC?
Nur Kausa.
No Kausa.
Susah.
Bagi. Ya.
Kau ada? Tu je.
Okey, Kausa. Saya ada satu. Okey, korang okey. Nama awak Kausa
Ya.
sebab saya rasa kau satu-satunya saya.
Next.
Kita. Okey, itu sahaja daripada kami.
Terima kasih kau satu run sekarang.
Nak sembang pasal rimba ni.
Member tu orang betul. Technical semalam tak ada kamu ni.
Malam tak ada benda ni. Malam tak ada bincang ni.
Kami tak ada apa-apa.
Alright, so kita
Pasal rimba tadi lah. Pasal rimba tadi. Okay. Terangkan man. Goreng macam biasa. So rimba ni. Jangan diam.
Pucat member. Rimba kan kalau mengikut Dewan Rakyat dan Dewan Bahasa dan Pustaka lah kan. Kita tahu rimba ni adalah forestry. Itu macam Oxford punya kamus. Tak adalah, dia macam hutan kan.
Flora dan fauna.
So kita tahulah rimba ni which is ke arah wild. Kan? Wild. Kita masuk tempat liar-liar kan. Liar-liar ni. So seterusnya.
Jadi kepentingan rimba ni sangat-sangat penting lah. Which is kita menjaga, kita nak anak-anak kita di masa depan kita dapat tengok babi hutan, patul, lepas tu patul dan juga rimau. Untuk melihatkan flora dan fauna kan. Dia tak nak pupus.
Lagi satu, ada berita yang quite latest sekarang ni. Dia tengah trending sekarang dekat Facebook, which is tanah runtuh.
Betul.
Dekat Cameron Highland. Dia telah menyekat laluan pergi dan balik dah satu laluan tu. Sebab apa? Itu tak menjaga rimba.
Ya betul.
Terdapat berbagai aktiviti pembalakan.
Haram.
Balak.
Halal. Ada punya makro.
Betul.
So disebabkan dengan inilah dia orang cakap small step can give a big impact. So, dah cukup kupas ke belum?
Lambat lagi.
Wah, nampak ilmiah lah kan.
Adin. Saya bila dengar pasal rimba ni saya sedih sebenarnya. Bila kita jogging kan, saya selalu jogging. Bila saya jogging kat highway tu, saya tengoklah gunung-gunung dah macam cedera. Dah macam tak ada apa.
Gunung cedera.
Awak saya seletik. Adalah tengok macam terlalu banyak sangat. Kita sanggup destroykan gunung-gunung kita. Tapi betul lah apa orang cakap demi masa depan juga dalam benda tu. Tapi jagalah sikit benda-benda macam tu kan. Benda tu penting. Kita nak tengok
Betul.
saya pas kat awak.
Jadi sikit lah kita cakap pasal rimba, kita cakap pasal tanah runtuh dan sebagainya, tapi kita fikir when it comes to rimba ada kehidupan kat dalam tu. Ada binatang-binatang macam patul dan kawan-kawan.
Maksudnya ada binatang, ada
Sebab
lupa lah
bukan apa
kalau
kita
tu.
point Python selalu. Sebab macam senang sangat.
Macam senang sangat Pak Dwi.
Dia punya reaction, wah. Tuan ni.
Sebab hari tu dia cakap dia moderator.
Tapi macam
Tapi tak apa kita
So when it comes macam kata tadi ada tanah runtuh, so kita kena tahu when it comes to the root, punca tanah runtuh adalah deforestation, which is pembalakan makruh tadi. Pembalakan haram tu. And then bila dia sebenarnya benda tu sangat-sangatlah berkait rapat. Bila kita buat pembalakan haram, contoh ada binatang yang duduk atas pokok tu, macam tak nak cakap lah siapa. So, macam bila kita buat benda tu, kehidupan dekat hutan pun hilang tempat tinggal, and then boleh bawa kepada tanah runtuh, and then ganggu hidup agak akuatik pula bila masuk ke air. So please, benda tu bagi kata Kasha tadi, apa small step, big you.
Small not die.
Bukan.
So small step may lead to a big impact.
So as for me pula, my translation is even the smallest gesture can give a big impact lah. So apa gesture kita untuk tolong, mesti kita buat start program member kita ni. Korang join, spread the awareness, sebar kat kawan-kawan. And then bila korang lalu nampak ada orang buat something yang macam pergi buang sampah ke, atau nampak member tengah tebang pokok tu, tegur lah, bang itu mengah kata macam ni. Sebar kat dia orang.
Yang salam dari Binjai tu.
Itu satu
vandalisme.
Salam dari Binjai tumbuk kebun orang. Ni bro.
Okey, ini semua tek Binjai kejap. Ni pesanan daripada Mengah. Jangan buatlah.
Kalau tak nak salam dari Bingai.
Salam dari Binjai, tembuk dia, tak apa.
Tapi kita tak tahu, mungkin tu pokok dia, dan pokok pisang kan dia berbuah sekali je.
Betul.
Mungkin berbuah sekali 2, 3, dapatlah 4.
Tapi saya tengok orang punya tak nak pokok dia kena tumbuk, dia pasang paku kat pokok.
Dia cocok.
Kalau dia tumbuk juga memang
Kita salam daripada
apa pendapat anda?
Senang buat duit.
Abang-abang, rimba kita.
So jangan lupa kalau siapa yang join live ni, follow, subscribe dan like sekali YouTube kita, YouTube YouthCare
Malaysia.
Pendapat dulu. Oh, so jangan lupa kalau buat Instagram live ke Instagram mana-mana, jangan lupa tag YouthCare Malaysia.
So
4 kali tau kau ulang sama.
Ini bukan mahal kalau mega.
Sabar. So nanti kalau buat story, tag YouthCare Malaysia, tag YouthCare Chapters, boleh tag segala apa yang kau nak tag. Yang penting hashtag Bukan. Okey. Kita buat. Kita sebarkan hashtag rimba kita and hashtag Mengah Holdings.
Hashtag Binjai.
So kami tiba-tiba diberi tugasan kena tambah lagi masa-masa, so payment akan meningkat. Jadi korang kena sebarkan supaya ramai lagi orang boleh join dalam ni.
So kalau anda dapat cari 3 orang kawan anda akan dapat seekar tanah.
So minta
3 lagi lagi banyak
anda cari 3 orang kawan anda, minta 3 orang tu cek 3 orang bawah. Lagi cek sampai dapat
ML ni.
Ya ML Mobile Legend. Okey bukan.
So jangan risaulah, kita bukan setakat borak kosongnya, nanti kita akan ada quiz.
Betul, kita akan ada quiz.
Kita akan bergerak
sekali.
Semua dah ready ke belum?
Dah ready belum?
Ready belum?
Ready tu saya sah. Technical dah ready belum?
Technical tolong ready, jangan jadi macam semalam
Jangan marah.
Tiba, minta maaf.
Semua dah ready. Kalau dah ready, cakap ready, tak ready keluar.
Komen ready.
Komen ready.
Technical pin
Share.
Pin postmortem.
Share. Okey, sekarang.
Okey.
Semua dah ready kan? Okey.
Dah ready.
Kita minta kita punya technical
Untuk bagi
share, kan?
link.
So
quizzes
dekat YouTube link.
So semua
so modus operandinya kami semua mewakili satu tim. Sekejap lagi kami akan berjawab sama-sama anda. And then kita tengok siapa yang benar tiba.
Okay, semua dah ready belum?
Semua dah ready
Dah ready belum?
Dah ready.
Dah nampak dah tu. Kat sini.
Mana?
Aduh bilang pula.
Ready quiz. Okey, dah ready quiz.
Ajak korang punya adik, roommate, kucing semua bawa masuk sekali dalam.
Kucing boleh bawa juga.
Ready. 5. Masuk quizzes,
Masuk quizzes.
Technical. Hello.
Technical upkan dia punya nombor-nombor yang kena masukkan tu ya.
Kita akan jawab sama-sama.
Betul.
Kita akan jawab sama-sama.
Untuk pengetahuan semua, jawab soalan anda mungkin berbeza sebab dia randomize lah. Soalan satu kali mungkin berbeza dengan anda, tapi
kami cuma ingatkan anda.
Okay, soalan dia tak sama dengan kami, dia punya susunan tak sama.
Susunan tak sama.
Susunan tak sama.
Betul.
So kalau anda ni multitasker,
multitasker dan multi-purpose dan
multi-purpose dan sebagainya.
SMF
Bukan.
Okay.
Multimedia je.
Kalau korang nak tengok sini boleh, nak dapat jawapan kat sini boleh, nak
boleh.
dapat jawapan ni, itu terpulang inisiatif masing-masing.
Betul.
Mungkin kami jawab betul, mungkin tidak.
Betul.
Tapi kami selalunya
Tengok dulu lah sebab muka-muka macam ni selalu jarang
jarang.
Kamu dah semua berilmiah. Come on lah.
Tapi tadi kita dah berilmiah kan.
Sebab kami lelaki kan memang sentiasa salah lah.
Sebab biasalah sikit-sikit je macam
Dah sikit-sikit.
you ajar lah. I tak kisah.
Bagi tahu bila boleh start.
Lagi.
Kod dia, kod dia.
Sampai 11
3 nepak, 3 nepak, 18.
Okey, so
Alright,
nanti 11.10
11.5 lah.
11.10
minit kita akan start.
Tak apa, kita start bila kita nak je lah. So ajak lagi.
Mak nak menang boleh buka kat semua
Masuk.
Yang menang yang sekarang kita akan bekalkan 3 kampit tanah
daripada
Rimba janda baik.
Sponsor daripada YouthCare chapter.
Okey, ingat tengok tu kita punya nombor pendaftaran
3641858.
Sila alihkan kenderaan anda
ke kaunter 5. Menang boleh 10 je. Okey, 10 orang je boleh menang untuk hari ni.
10 orang boleh menang. Kita ada 11 partisipan, 10 confirm menang. Satu kita.
Let's go.
Ada tu dah 14 geng.
Okey. Dia kata menang
sampai
15. Tak, memang bukan menang.
Oh, silap, salah baca. Memang menang boleh 10 orang Dia katalah. Saya tak tahu. Mungkin nak bagi 3 ekor tanah tak tahu.
Ada pemenangnya.
Ada pemenang lah.
Baru tahu.
Hadiah dia.
Betul lah 3 kampit beras.
15 tak cukup, 15 tak cukup.
Tak cukup lagi. Kami perlukan lagi. Share, come on semua.
100 orang.
Floor manager kata BMW 7 Series kalau menang.
Asal dia sampaikan tu lelaki faham fake hope lelaki.
Lelaki memang fake hope lah.
Faham.
Tapi apa masalah dia sekarang? Kenapa penonton dapat hadiah? Moderator tak dapat hadiah. Macam tak ni.
Boleh kita kalau menang kita dapat.
Kita dah tahu soalan tu.
So kita tak ada dalam ni lah. Kita keluar.
Jangan bocorkan soalan kita. Okey. Pakai dah.
Tak ada kod dia sekan je link ni.
Sekan je link.
Kita buka balik sebab kita tak nampak macam mana rupa kita.
So kita tengok kami pun sekarang tengah pass
Betul.
kita punya orang-orang yang terpilih lah untuk menyertai kita punya quizzes.
Dari mana ni? Kita share dekat BBC channel dia.
Minta kontak
dengan
ni.
WhatsApp Donald Trump.
Saya tengah kontak-kontak dengan rakan-rakan yang lain untuk join kita punya quiz. Let's go.
Kita meriah ke masih sikit.
Kontak.
Dah berapa ramai ada? 19.
Dah 20 naik dah 20 dah sekarang.
Korang belum ada terbaik.
99 ada yang nak lot. 99 1.
99 2.
Lock dia ni.
20. Tak off.
Bukan.
Dah 20 geng, dah 20.
Ini saja dia punya delivery charge mahal.
Betul.
Nanti okey, kepada pemenang nanti screenshot dan DM IG YouthCare, tapi takkan DM saja, follow sekali.
Jangan lupa tag
Maka tak cinta.
betul.
Apa pun hashtag Rimba
Rimba
kita.
kita.
Pantun dulu.
Bagi pantun juga.
2 3 kucing berlari. Jom ajar kuis ini.
Tapi pemenang top 1 saja, jangan nombor 2 nombor 2.
Dalam pantun lah, tolong dalam pantun.
Bagi 2 3 biji kelapa. Kau kalah kisah apa? Dah garu kepala.
Burung berbak, burung merpati, satu je menang.
Kena kau
Okey, ada je. Satu biji jambu batu. Jom join, jangan malu. Faham.
Kelakar bilik. Kau doa tadi.
Tengah fikir. Loading.
Aduh.
Berapa orang dah?
Alright, kita start.
Dia dah berapa orang dah?
25
belum
30 boleh tak?
30. Lagi 4 orang. Come on.
Jangan rahsia-rahsia sebab kita banyak masa. Okey.
Jangan rahsia tak apa. Lepak je.
2 minit tak dapat ni.
Jangan sia-sia sebab nanti kita tak tahu nak buat apa.
Okay, so kita goreng dulu. Jadi kita minta review lah berapa ramai.
Pendapat lagi lah pasal rimba kita.
Bagi.
Boleh. Patut apa pendapat anda tentang
Betul, saya dah berpendapat dah tadi mengenai monyet ni selalu sangat ada dekat bilik saya.
Bilik yang sekarang ke bilik yang
Wait, jap. Ada orang bagi pantun. Burung helang, burung merpati. Yang lain jangan duk perhati.
siapa bagi burung ni?
Burung helang, burung merpati. Yang lain jangan duk perhati.
Bukan lainnya seorang je.
Mengah kalau kalah malu tahu.
Itu baca biasa.
Bukan pantun.
Itu baca biasa je.
Mengah kalah malu tahu.
Aku pun baca juga.
Korang beri sekali apa kita?
29.
Satu lagi.
Ada 60 orang lagi. 99 kita cukup.
Let's go lagi. Seorang lagi.
Ajak Sarki, ajak CDC, ajak Sunda boleh ajak.
Kita ada berapa puluh soalan lah?
Baca pantun.
5 per quarter square.
Dah 30.
Alright, Aisyah, kita dah cukup 30 orang.
Let's go.
Janganlah.
Bukan
sebelah 40 start kuis.
Bukan sebelah 40. Jangan bercakap dengan orang belakang.
Tak.
Cakap.
Let's go.
Ready. Okey, semua dah boleh bersih.
Ini soalan kami.
Pertifid would when slowly replace the cell of
Waterborne.
Tak, aku rasa warna orange.
Aku rasa
Jingga.
Sebab apa? Sebab kau suka warna jingga?
Tak, aku suka perempuan.
aku suka waterborne kot.
Bukan ancient fossil ke?
Waterborne lah sebab
waterborne mineral ni air mineral ke?
Tak, dia waterborne ni sebab dia macam hi, my name is Bond.
Bukan.
Aku rasa fosil lah.
Fosil.
Jam, aku suka. Jam fosil.
Fosil.
Ini ada masa.
Dia selalu fosil lah. Berapa persen?
Duduk perusahaan je. Kita kena jawab.
Fosil.
Betul. Let's go.
Warna merah tu betul.
Merah buat abang sayang.
Naik. Take care of our forest system. Jawapan dia entah.
Tengah-tengah.
Tengah.
Dia dekat atas tu lah. Our atas tu. Dia tekan our tu. Boleh tak tekan?
Ini technical kena tali lat.
Okey, tekan situ. Boleh tak?
Tekan.
Tekan.
Teknikal macam semalam teknikal. Pilih tengah.
Tengah tekan ke mana dia nak pergi?
Tekan.
Teknikal buat salah.
Salah. Bottom.
Kami balik dulu lah.
Teknikal tak ikut.
The process of
water moving through a tree.
Ni aku tahu apa. Transportation.
Bukan.
Betul.
Dia ada transpiration je.
Transpiration.
Lebih kurang lah. Sebab dia movement.
Bukan.
Bukan conversion ke?
Dalam tasawuf Islam.
Bukan.
Physical chemistry. Jangan.
Bukan.
Kasha ni.
Okay. Sebabkan transport, transpiration dekat, kita ambil
transgender.
Ni, kita ambil
Perspiration. Pepsi. Sambil Pepsi.
transpiration.
Apa ada tiga benda terakhir ni?
Transpiration.
Betul.
Merah betul.
Okay, what is the title of this program?
Salah. Title kita adalah hashtag
Rimba kita.
Rimba kan.
Kiri sekali.
Yang penting ada hashtag. So kalau tak ada hashtag kita buang.
Tapi rimba tu besar.
Okay.
Hashtag tak ada.
Tu jawapan dah bagi.
Apa ni?
Jawapan dah bagi.
Aduh.
Kenapa? Jawapan tu. So jawapan dia apa?
Jawapan dia saya rasa
Selain daripada Akilah punya
Biru kiri sekali.
Biru.
Kiri sekali.
Rimba tu siap-siap.
Biru sekali.
Tapi kalau merah betul, kita salah.
Aku baru nak ni.
Ada power.
Putri Arina, adik suka baca buku. Masalah kau masalah aku.
Naik terus. Nombor 1 ni.
Banyak adik suka baca buku. Masalah kau, masalah aku.
Masalah jiran kau.
What is our role in this strategy?
Ignore.
Ignore lah.
Depend lah. Dia kalau dapat tanah 3 ekar boleh je. Tapi kalau tak dapat, ignore lah.
Ini projek bapak, jangan main-main. Projek bapak.
Projek bapak bukan.
Oh, projek bapak kita lah.
Kita ignore lah, ignore.
Ignore lah.
Kita selalu kita ignore benda-benda macam ni kan.
Kita selalu di-ignore oleh perempuan. Bukan kita pun. Bila cinta.
Kau seorang je ya. So, jawapan dia ignore.
Ignore all strategies.
Ignore je lah.
Betul.
Merah.
Betul. Untuk pengetahuan semua, dalamnya ada dua jawapan tau. Hijau dengan merah tu dua betul.
Selain daripada tu salah.
Why we would join this program?
Kenapa tanya?
Tanya dia sendiri lah.
Salah kau tak aku.
Betul. Kau join daripada pukul 9 tadi kan. Kenapa kita patut join?
Kenapa kita kena join
Kenapa
program
kau
ni?
join pukul 9? Event ni pukul 8 ni. Kenapa pukul 9?
Event ni pukul 9.
Oh, aku salah.
Salah.
Aku join rehearsal. 8 tu.
Okay. Kenapa?
Kenapa? Sebab kita nak protect rimba kita.
Tak ada dalam ni.
Tapi tak ada. Apa jawapan dia dalam ni?
What is your opinion?
Don't forget to tag us on Instagram. Betul.
Boleh klik sini kot.
Ni lah aku rasa yang orange tu.
Orange.
We can know the
Bagi tekan oren,
safe for us.
tengok dia salah betul.
Kita masuk sikit.
Hijau salah kan?
Salah.
Hijau salah lah. What is definition of the forest?
Definition of forest ya.
Shin, Google Shin. Forest.
Jangan.
Jangan.
Gimik je Shin.
Jangan buat betul-betul.
Faham Simon.
Tak faham Simon.
Forest.
Mungkin flat.
Forest. Bukan.
Jangan main personal kat sini. Jangan.
Kita hiking jalan straight je.
Itu salah forest tu.
Flat area.
Forest. Laju.
Dan belagak kan.
Belagak ni.
Yang belakang tu keluar.
Aku rasa tu kot public green kot.
Inilah aku rasa rich lah. Aku suka
Rich.
kaya-kaya ni.
betul.
Kita ambil biodiversity.
Rich kaya rezeki.
Betul lah.
Terima kasih.
Murah,
betul. Tekan tu.
Betul. Kena cakap dia duduk jawapan.
Malay Hamil asyik kalah je.
Okay, antara orang-orang yang mengaku kalah awal adalah orang yang mengaku kalah awal.
Apa beza?
Which term
Describe the seed of flowering.
describe the seed of flowering
Wait,
trees and plants?
Apa ni?
Apa ni main Bruno Mars ni? Apa benda Bruno Mars ni?
Oi, dah start ngilu ni.
Woi, jangan.
Okay, Fatul. Ketika anda menjadi sperma, mana kau rasa?
Mana nama anda?
Kalau aku dulu
Ayah kau namakan dulu apa?
Nama kau.
Mesti kecil-kecil panggil ni tu.
Sebab kau menjadi
Kalau ni dulu menang ke MU tengah naik aku ambil Bruno Sperm kot.
faham.
Boleh lah.
Bruno Sperm.
Ambil lah orang tu Bruno.
Ambil lah orang Bruno Fernandes.
Sebab Bruno banyak artis kan.
Betul.
Teruskan.
Oh, kita masih stay kat
Bila
sekolah.
nak power up lagi.
Betul. Kita stay ya.
Who is the president of YouthCare Malaysia?
Weh, ni tak ada kena dengan rimba.
Apa main Presiden YouthCare ni?
Apa ni?
Kita main CEO Mengah Holding. Di mana ada
jawapan
sini?
technical? Apa technical?
Ni kot. Boleh tolong tak kat chat tu?
Apa kena rimba dengan presiden ni?
Technical tolong pilih
Ni
technical.
rasanya kayak bahar.
ni siapa yang alert waktu tadi mesti akan dapatnya.
Betul.
Program awal bagi kita.
Awal tadi dah.
Kalau tak dapat, maknanya dia makan roti canai.
Sebab tak. Lepas ni kita akan bersama dengan Presiden YouthCare.
Ya.
Siapa presiden selepas ini akan mengalihkan kami.
Ni obvious lah, kita tahulah.
Tahulah.
Mestilah jawapan dia.
Ideal lah. Ideal dia invite kita.
Dia bagi ucapan tu bagi kita.
Betul.
Ideal lah.
Mesti merah confirm sebab betul.
Yes.
Betul.
Weh, kita istiqomah teruk weh.
Okay, last soalan last.
What is the purpose of the program?
Proposal.
Kami dah besar lah, tak pakai dah purpose ni.
Investigate the relationship between Rimba and Mengah.
Engagement.
Ni kot, saya ambil merah kot to save Fatul.
When Rimba
Sebagai ni
when Rimba increase, Mengah decrease.
betul. Purpose.
dia dah tekan.
Technical laju sangat lah technical.
Lama siapa.
Aku ingatkan nak sembang pasal
Redemption question.
Ambil cap 3.
Cap 3.
nanti.
Baik tu.
Process of
Jadi kita betul kan?
Tapi kita tanya balik. Okey lah.
Kita ambil ni
Kita buat salah lagi lah.
Aku ingat.
Transgender.
Trans.
Ada dekat trans.
Salah.
Trans.
Tapi kita jawab tadi dah.
Sekali korang kena ingat.
Salah. Apa dia salah?
All done. Habis lah quiz.
Apa tak rasa?
Lah, sekejap je quiz.
Siapa nombor satu?
Besarkan. Ya, kami nak besarkan. Screen big. Okay. Nombor 1.
Tahniah kepada Aisyah. Ini mesti lahir dalam buku rimba ni.
Okay, yang kedua adalah
Alia Batrisha.
Nama cantik.
Aku nampak ada company lain, Megah Holding.
Mana?
Tu.
Cari pasal ni.
Apa yang bagi pasal ni
Nak lawan ke?
BBC bayar first tadi minum coke kan. Orange juice.
Orange juice.
Okay. So kita mengucapkan tahniah kepada saudara Alia Patricia dan juga Rotinan.
ada gift.
Kita ada lagi 20 minit.
Okay guys, ada yang nak tanya soalan ke kat kita orang? Ada
nak tanya soalan? Tanya lah.
Kalau ada, kita mula muzik. Kita akan bersedia dengan
Introduction balik.
Introduction.
Kita main quiz lagi.
Let's go.
Jangan duduk.
Muzik.
Muzik.
Dipersilakan mengahau diri.
Sabar.
Okey, kau sah. Kita mempersilakan mengahau diri.
Okay, 1, 2, 3 dia.
Pusing lah.
Lagi sekali.
Kami adalah mengahau diri.
Pengacara anda untuk program quiz. Quiz is.
Bagi teka-teki bang. Bagi teka-teki bang.
Okey, kita main game sikit
Boleh. Silakan.
Cara mengahau.
Silakan.
Ya, siapa kan?
Patut janji anda.
Jangan. Sorry, masalah teknikal. Ini masalah.
Please stand by.
Bodoh lah. Siapa nak tiga lagi? Dia mana-mana orang pergi dalam kumpulan ada kentut, dia tanya, siapa kentut? Padahal dia kentut.
Aku jam aku langsung.
Okay, itu sebab kenapa kita kena adakan rimba. Nak tapis benda lah.
Kita ada filtration.
Filtration.
Kita dapat info yang menang tadi Aisyah Talha dengan Alia Batrisha tadi boleh DM IG
YouthCare Energy.
Betul. Bukan IG kami.
Kita akan ada satu free gift daripada Mengah. Bau kentut tadi.
Kami akan suruh handshake kentut, kami akan bungkus.
Kita akan pasal.
Dia hantar JNT lah.
Bagi sekali.
Baru selamat.
Dia punya fogging.
Seminggu.
So kalau nak bau kentut seorang, itulah merupakan ibarat bau hati mereka.
Kentut dari hati. Dia tak ada masalah kalau kentut daripada perut. Ini kentut dari hati.
Dia mau tu musuh. Hati musuh ni.
Kipas satu tak cukup.
Panas tu.
Dia lah kau kentut dah.
Dan kau yang kentut.
baru lepas makan delight roti telur 3.
Kami sebenarnya nak pergi tandas
teka-teki. Mana teka-teki dia?
Dalam banyak-banyak nasi lah kan. Nasi apa yang boleh bergerak sendiri?
Nasi apa yang boleh bergerak sendiri?
Nasi
Yang aku pernah dengar.
Nasi minyak.
Nasi impit.
Nasi Pattaya. Si guna 4 tayar.
Sebab ada 4 tayar.
Sebab ada 4 tayar.
Okey, aku ada.
Bijak.
Tadi dah main bergeraan kat tayar kan. Okey, dalam banyak-banyak rim, rim kan. Rim dekat tu. Rim apa yang kita punya?
Rimba kita.
Aku dah bagi. Korang pula tolong.
Faham.
Apa yang faham? Kau bagi.
Kau tunggu aku esok lusa baru sampai. Kau sabar jap.
Sekarang apa je. Okey, dalam banyak mi. Mi kan. Mi apa yang memang perform teruk ah?
Mi odom tepoki.
Mia Samia. Bukan lagu apa tu?
Lagu tu. Banyak mi apa?
Betul.
Minyak je lah bro. Minyak. Holy.
Mi tak masuk.
Semua je lah. Minyak aku bagi sekarang. Orang bagi lagi lah.
Apa yang bagi? Dah bagi kentut dah bodoh. Itu teka-teka main perform ah.
Weh, bayi malu muda dalam bahasa Inggeris apa?
Baby sayang.
Jangan marah.
Baby sayang.
Baby
shy.
Tak cukup.
Okay, tolong bagi yang related dengan kita punya ni.
Program.
Tolong.
Boyak sila.
Okay, dalam banyak-banyak bar kan.
Bar.
Kan. Bar apa yang kita kena jaga?
Rimba kita.
Cakap betul-betul.
Rimba kita.
Kenapa ni kaya?
Macam tak kena.
Aku penat lah kau
At least dia bagi.
Faham.
Bagi dah start.
Kau bila nak bagi?
Dalam banyak-banyak sperm apa yang okey?
Angiosperm.
Itu ulang balik soalan tadi.
Bapak plagiarism. Plagiarism. Lepas ni. Tak lepas.
Aduh, kita buat.
Anastasia.
Lama lagi ke? Bom apa yang tak meletup? Bomba.
Betul.
Bagi yang berilmiah sikit yang dengan program kita.
Rim bom.
Kita buat pick up line pasal rimba. Aku cabar.
Okey, buka.
Aku start dulu.
So, sebab kau dah dapat kau start dulu.
Oh, aku ada rimba.
Presiden idea. Presiden.
Oh, dia nak bagi kat air lagi.
Amal masuk Amal.
Alah.
Kena reject. Kena bagi lagi.
Idea.
Okay, Aidil. Aku ada. Dua yang bagi. Okay, Aidil. Awak program hari ni kan?
Ya, betul.
Nama Aidil?
Ya.
Patutlah Aidil memang mencintai
Risau kadang-kadang.
Ada orang lain lagi kita nak bagi kat Aidil juga.
Idea dia tak.
Tukar orang.
Ada nafsu lah.
Kausa on mic, jangan serang berduit. Okey, Kausa dengar ke?
Dengar.
Kausa nak tanya, apa persamaan Kausa dengan rimba?
Oh, dia dah liar-liar.
No.
Jawapan dia? Dua-dua saya nak jaga. So, estate?
Rimba kita. Okay, next.
Kausa. Okay, dengar tak?
Apa tu senang?
Dengar, Alhamdulillah dengar. Tu je lah.
Tak tanya dengar.
Okay, Fatul. Nak dengar daripada ni?
Fatul. Request ramai-ramai. Tulis Fatul. Abah. Kita nak ramai-ramai nak
Apa nak Abah tulis kat komen. Nak Abah.
Siapa nak Abah? Abah satu.
Lebih tak tolong.
Aku tak tahu. Tak tahu.
Power kau lemah pick up line.
Abah. Lagi. Kami perlu lagi. Abah. Ramai nak Abah.
Let's go.
Salah kau. Tak salah. Abang rembat dibanding kau lagi.
Ini bagian tunjuk betul.
Okay. So, Kausar.
Ya, tapi sebelum tu kan Kausar, jangan high expectation sangatlah.
Betul.
Berpeluh dah tu.
Betul.
Tak ada apa-apa.
Berdebar lah, berdebar.
Itu lain mak.
Okey siapa Tolong jangan bagi.
Boleh.
Belum.
Selalunya tu je. Cepatlah apa tu lah.
Kalau mau tentu.
Boleh sakit jantung aku. Apa beza kausar dengan singa?
Singa awak. Singa kat rimba ke?
Singa kat rimba. Apa beza kausar dengan singa?
Betul.
Kalau singa menawan keluarga bahagia, tapi kausar menawan keluarga kita bahagia.
Akhirnya patul singa lagi.
Okey.
Korang rasa cukup ke?
Nak kali kedua.
Nak lagi.
Request lagi sekali.
Okey.
Lagi masa lagi.
Tadi singa.
Kali ni roti gardenia.
Let's go.
Roti gardenia.
Kau lagi.
Awak lagi. Silakan.
Tak boleh lah.
Silakan.
Aku dah.
Awak nak suka kau.
Boyak silakan boyak. Boyak silakan.
Tak boleh lah kita.
Apa samaan Kausar dengan roti gardenia?
Tak boleh saya. Tahan Kasha, tahan. Tak boleh.
No.
Dua-dua naik harga.
Antara nak tinggi-tinggi je.
Jangan minta antara lebih sangat.
Ya.
Jangan tinggi-tinggi.
Kan gaji RM3.5. Sekarang dah
Kita dapat info untuk bagian kata-kata akhir.
Kata-kata akhir lah.
Betul.
Kita pun dah panas ni.
Seorang lah.
Yang ujung tanduk
Betul.
Kita panggil Kausar.
Silakan Kausar.
Nanti betul-betul naik.
Jangan silakan yang paling tua lah dalam grup kami.
Patut.
Paling tua
Boleh bagi tahu details umur dan juga berapa kali repeat UiTM.
start masuk Rida dah. Jangan tahu. Kau filing Rida tu.
Jadi UiTM ni dulu saya yang asaskan. Daripada zaman Rida. Let's go.
Kita ada time filing lagi.
Okay, so kata-kata terakhir daripada saya, semoga kalian semua terus maju jaya dan sayangi rimba kita.
Let's go. Alright, so harapnya yang ada yang sedang menonton sekarang ni semuanya dalam keadaan yang sihat-sihat dan juga jaga SOP, jaga kesihatan diri, and also macam Fatul cakap tadi, hashtag rimba kita, jaga rimba kita, jaga kita punya environment yang ada sekarang ni. Right, itu je. Aiman?
Daripada saya, nama program pun That's Protect Rimba Kita. So ayuh spread the awareness, jaga rimba kita, jagalah hutan ke apa pun korang panggil. Yang penting jaga, tolong jangan jadi selfish, nampak orang lain buat masalah, tegur. Jadilah seperti mereka, hiburkan diri anda. Dan terima kasih kepada semua yang datang support kami, dan terima kasih kepada pihak penganjur sebab menjemput kami yang tak semangat sangat ni. Terus program lain.
Okay. Amah, kalau nama program pun kita dah hashtag rimba kita, bak kata Lemat lah, kita kena jaga kita punya rimba. Jaga tu bukanlah jaga macam kita kena stop pergi bantai orang illegal punya pembalakan ke apa semua kan. Kita tegur boleh, kita tweet, retweet boleh, kita repost pun boleh. Sekecil-kecil hasil yang tidak memakai plastik straw pun boleh. Sebab apa yang saya nampak, straw dan juga mask banyak ketika hiking. Tiba-tiba riak saya pergi hiking kan.
Sampai
700 meter. Okay. Tapi apa-apa pun jagalah kita punya rimba, jagalah kita punya forest, jagalah maruah kita juga, jagalah SOP anda, jagalah kesihatan anda. Sekian, terima kasih. Boyak.
Okay, terima kasih kepada semua yang join pada hari ni. Dan teruskan lagi join sampai pukul 1 ni sebab banyak lagi informasi baik yang anda boleh terima. Betul? Ada lagi orang yang lebih handsome daripada kami. Tapi jadi join je lagi. Lepas tu kepada apa yang kami buat tadi, itu hanyalah sekadar hiburan dan kami cuba nak meriangkan hati anda serta hati kami di sini. Itu sahaja. So dah ada yang
tapi dalam hiburan tu ada baiknya ambil lah.
Yang buruk tu tinggalkanlah.
Betul. Okay.
So semua pun dah cakap benda yang sama. Kita wrap up insyaAllah. Maafkan kami sekiranya ada terkasar bahasa, terlebih bicara, terkurang gurau dan sebagainya, dan minta maaf kepada penganjur. Terima kasih juga, jangan serik untuk menjemput kami lagi insyaAllah.
Kami menunggu lagi payment 3 hektar tanah.
3 hektar tanah, let's go.
3 hektar tanah, pokok kurma yang dipenuhi dengan
buah limau.
Salam dari Bijay. Okay.
Salam dari Bijay.
Macam semua cakap tadi, tolong jaga kita punya SOP, jaga rimba kita, dan yang paling penting tolong jaga kenangan kita bersama. Okay. So last but not least, kita adalah Mengah Holding.
Spread positivity,
stop toxicity. Assalamualaikum. Last lah, dia orang request TikTok guys. Last.
Record tag kita.
Record tag. Okay, sekali let's go.
Ready. Okay.
Panas ni, Mat. Panas.
Lu bangsa tak layak.
Kita lagi all out Okay, ready.
Hashtag River Kita.
Forests. They are home to 80% of life on Earth. From the deepest of their layers to the top of trees' crowns, forests are the heroes keeping our planet healthy and us alive. All of us. Forests are a barrier against erosion, landslides, and avalanches. They give us fresh air, clean the drinking water in our rivers, and they attract the rain we need to grow food. And yet, we are not treating them well. In only a couple of thousand years, humans have wiped out 80% of the planet's original forest cover. For every vanishing forest, we lose the most important buffer against climate warming. But not only that. About 2 billion rural people depend on forests to survive. It's where they find shelter, food, and water. It's their home, and by taking care of it, they protect them, and they take care of us too. This is not a forest. This is. There are more than 800 definitions of forest. Deciding what exactly we call forest is vitally important to protect the environment. In a forest, each individual tree has a role to play, as does every animal, every plant, every living being, big and small, microscopically small. Trees breathe, taking in the excess CO2 humans produce, then hiding some of it away and using the rest to create healthy branches, nutritious fruits, nuts, and beautiful landscapes. The roots of trees give the soil the structure it needs to absorb and retain water when it rains, avoiding floods that would otherwise wash away perfectly fertile soil, which we need to grow food. Food for us, but also for them. Together, as an ecosystem, forests provide the exact balance life needs to thrive. And that's why this is in a forest. The balance is completely disturbed. Like in any monoculture, the air feels very sticky. And if you listen, it's completely silent. And now let's tune into a primary forest. Animals can't thrive there because the presence of one only tree or plant species simply doesn't provide the necessary range of food, shelter, and nutrients for life to thrive. The soil also suffers in monocultures, like here on the left versus on the right in a healthy forest. Take palm oil plantations, for example. With no other species to compete with, they suck all the water and nutrients they need, giving nothing back to the soil, which quickly loses its fertility. And by disturbing the soil, tree monocultures not only can't absorb CO2 efficiently, they actually emit carbon, as they are now standing where ancient forests once stood, storing carbon they captured over thousands of years. So if we were to call both of these a forest, we would be neglecting the importance of forests beyond human needs. And yet every second, the world loses about 1 football pitch worth of forest area. Here's the simple reason we're losing forests at an alarming rate. We have disconnected our everyday life from the reality of nature. We finance unsustainable legal logging to plant monocultures of crops we want more of all the time, like palm oil or soybeans. And 80% of that soy we harvest is not even for. It's fed to the many cattle for whom we clear most of the world's forests to satisfy our demand for meat. The people that used to live in those forests rarely get to share the profits in whose name the forests were wiped off in the first place. On the contrary, they are pushed into unbearable situations in which they see no other option but to clear out forests entirely. Their soils are now depleted and they need more space to keep satisfying our demand, often their only source of income. But we can turn things around. We've seen it with our own eyes in ecosystem tree planting projects across continents, and endless studies confirm it. When you empower local communities, forests are guaranteed to survive. Protecting our forests can start with you, but it's not your responsibility alone. This is how, together, we can make the structural changes we need to protect our forests. Support indigenous groups or associations that help them defend themselves against outside pressures. Consume less meat, or consider following a plant-based diet. Give the industry less reasons to clear new forests. Inform yourself about reforestation and deforestation laws in your country. Is your government counting monocultures as forests in their national account? How are they protecting forests, and are they planning to restore depleted areas?
Hi, I'm Fatima, and I document Ecosia's tree planting projects in Latin America, Spain, and Southeast Asia. Ecosia is a search engine that plants trees.
Kembali semula kita pada majlis hari ini, izinkan saya mengambil masa untuk berterima kasih kepada Menga Holdings atas pengenalan aktiviti yang amat menyeronokkan sebentar tadi. Baiklah, kita akan meneruskan sesi kedua kita. Diharapkan semua peserta bersedia untuk sesi perkongsian bersama Cik Aisyah Ajib yang akan dikendalikan oleh Encik Syarul Nizam bin Muhammad Syukri. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan.
Okey. Terima kasih saudari pengacara majlis. Assalamualaikum dan hai semua. Saya Syah dari GreenSmiths dan saya akan jadi moderator untuk sesi kedua sharing session untuk program kita hari ini dengan panel kita hari ini iaitu Aisyah. Sebelum kita mula, saya nak intro sedikit tentang GreenSmiths. Sebab saya sure many of you dekat sini yang tak tahu siapa itu GreenSmiths kan. So GreenSmiths envision the future di mana golongan muda diberi kuasa untuk membina sebuah planet yang lestari untuk semua kehidupan di bumi. Manakala misi kami membimbing ekspedisi berasaskan projek dan menyediakan kepakaran. Kami juga memperkasakan golongan muda untuk bekerjasama menangani situasi alam sekitar yang sebenar dan terus memikirkan semula cara bagaimana kita terlibat dengan dunia semula jadi. Boleh share screen, slide. Okay.
Syah, yang ni it's from you, right? The screen. Tadi you refresh tak before you share? In case if there's any changes yang...
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Alright, thank you. Jadi, ini tajuk yang kita akan cover hari ini, bagaimana dua generasi bersama menangani isu perubahan alam sekitar atau perubahan iklim. Atau in English, it could be how two generations come together to solve climate change issues. However, before we start this topic let's intro a little bit background about climate change atau perubahan iklim supaya semua well known about apa itu perubahan iklim sebelum kita dive into it, right? So perubahan iklim adalah salah satu topik yang hangat dibincang oleh satu dunia sekarang. It's very complex and besar, but don't worry, Aisyah and I will try our best to share whatever we know and our experience through working with two generation later. Jadi, bila kita cakap pasal perubahan iklim, perubahan iklim ni adakah ia berlaku disebabkan faktor semula jadi ataupun faktor manusia ataupun kedua-duanya? Jadi ini adalah dua soalan yang saya nak kamu semua sebagai audiens untuk jawab di ruangan komen di YouTube. Sementara saya akan mainkan video brief pasal perubahan iklim atau climate change. Kat situ anda semua akan tengoklah faktor jawapan bagi dua soalan ni akan ada dalam video itu. Jadi sementara tengok video, tolong jawab di comment section, okay? Let's look at the video now.
This is the world. That's you and that's me. The world has the perfect temperature to keep all living things alive and happy. This temperature depends on a balance. The sun's heat goes to Earth to make it warm. The sun's heat bounces back to space to make the Earth cool. When this balance is lost, the climate changes. The Earth's climate has changed many times before. This is called natural climate change. It's caused by volcanic eruptions, changes in the sun's energy, and changes in the Earth's orbit. Greenhouse gases also make the Earth warmer. They trap heat from the sun. Greenhouse gases are like a blanket covering the Earth. It started in the 1700s. Humans started to build more things. We burned coal to make electricity. We burned oil to make our cars and planes move. We use chemicals to make things. We cut down lots of trees. We burn gas to cook food. We dump lots of trash on landfills. We plant a lot more rice. All these things release greenhouse gases. Remember the blanket over the Earth? Because of humans, it got much, much thicker. When I get hot, I sweat. I even get dizzy. Imagine the Earth. Because it's hotter, glaciers and ice sheets are melting. Seas are rising, storms are getting stronger, some places are getting dry, even the sea is getting warmer. All living things are in big trouble. So what should we do? We need to change the way we live so we can stop releasing so much greenhouse gases. That way, the Earth's blanket will go back to normal. We also need to be ready for what climate change will bring. In December, there will be a big meeting of nations. They'll meet in Paris to decide how each country can help. Their decision will decide the future of Earth, our home.
Alright, itu saja video. Jadi the audience boleh jawab balik kita punya soalan tadi. Wait. Okay, jadi pendapat kamu semua, adakah perubahan iklim ni disebabkan oleh faktor manusia atau faktor semula jadi atau kedua-duanya? Kalau faktor manusia, boleh senaraikan kegiatan manusia yang menyebabkan kesan rumah hijau di atmosfera tu? Any ideas?
Okay, Faris share mostly disebabkan faktor manusia. And then Alia say both. Faktor manusia, yeah, actually food waste is a big factor, I think. Okay, teruskan komen-komen.
That's really good.
And then Amin say dua-dua tapi manusia double the effect. Yes.
Yeah, that's mean they are paying attention. Thank you. So Aisyah, now we know about climate change and what the factors that cause climate change. So Aisyah, I'll pass the floor to you.
Yeah, okay. 1 second. Okay. Terima kasih Syah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera semua. I'm actually quite nervous, so I'm going to read the doa together with us. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. In the name of Allah, the God of mercy, the Lord of mercy, giver of mercy. Dear Allah, lift up our hearts, ease our tasks for us, untie the knot of my tongue so that we can understand each other's words. Amen. Okay. Pertama sekali saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang sudi hadir, yang masih tune in dari pukul 9. And saya faham mesti ada yang dah mula nak dekat pukul 12 ni, dah mula fikir pasal lunch, ada yang dah mula lapar dah. So jadi saya sangat menghargai kepada semua peserta yang still bersama. And then just hold on just a bit more. Syah and I, our session ni dia tak adalah panjang sangat. So hopefully semua masih ada tenaga untuk fokus. Okay. And saya juga nak ucapkan terima kasih dekat pihak penganjur and kepada rakan GreenSmiths saya Syah sebab dia yang ajak saya untuk berkongsi. Dan saya sangat gembiralah untuk kongsikan topik bagaimana dua generasi bersama boleh menangani isu perubahan iklim. Okay, so mulakan dengan objektif. Apakah objektif kita di sesi ini? Harapan kami ialah pada akhir sesi perkongsian ni semua akan dapat secara ringkaslah belajar dua perkara. Mula sekali is proses dan strategi untuk mendidik diri rakan mahasiswa dan juga komuniti tempatan mengenai isu perubahan iklim. Dan keduanya ialah tindakan yang boleh kita ambil bersama berdasarkan konteks budaya dan persekitaran kita. Okay, next. Okay, so agenda kita untuk sesi ni ada 5 bahagian. So mula sekali intro ya. So mula sekali ialah intro ringkas tentang program GreenSmiths Launch Internship. Lepas tu saya akan terangkan sikit pasal gambaran proses dan strategi sekali dengan Syah lah. And then ketiga is kajian case, salah satu projek dalam GreenSmiths Launch Internship. Dan lepas tu sedikit refleksi dan kita akhiri dengan Q&A. Okay, next slide. Okay, so jadi sebelum saya nak mula ni, saya nak tekankan memang antara kita tak ada siapa yang tahu semua benda kat bumi ni and kita semua pelajar sepanjang hayat, right? It's all about lifelong learning. Sebab itu saya dan Syah, kami sangat hargai feedback dari segi soalan dan pendapat sebab kami pun masih belajar dan kita sama-sama belajar. So sepanjang sesi yang pendek ni saya memang nak galakkan para hadirin untuk kongsikan bukan saja soalan but juga pendapat yang berkaitan dengan apa yang kami kongsikan di bahagian comments. There's no right or wrong questions. Jadi mohon untuk semua ikhlaskan hati, tak usah segan, kita sama-sama belajar. And because climate change is such a big and complex topic kan. So okay, next comment pula. Next slide. Okay, bismillah, here we go. Okay, so hari ini saya akan bercerita sedikit tentang satu inisiatif program rintis di bawah GreenSmiths yang kita panggil GreenSmiths Launch Internship. Alhamdulillah kami dapat jalankan program ni melalui sokongan dana daripada SGP, iaitu the GF Small Grants Program di bawah UNDP. Next slide. Okay. So program ni melibatkan seperti tajuk kita cakap bagaimana dua generasi akan boleh bersama menangani isu perubahan iklim. So generasi pertama yang kita nak which is kita punya generasi fokus ni ialah kita panggil interns, tapi dia sebenarnya is pelajar lah. So program ni melibatkan 30 orang murid yang kita panggil interns dari 3 buah sekolah yang kita pilih, satu dari Kedah, 2 dari Pulau Pinang, dan mereka terdiri daripada murid-murid sekolah menengah atas iaitu 16 hingga 17 tahun, so they're pretty young, dan mereka dikumpulkan dalam pasukan berlima mengikut sekolah masing-masing. So kalau kamu nampak yang nama Team Greenland, Eco Optimizer, Sage, Savage and Average, Green, Queen Girls, Shades of Green, yang tu semua nama-nama pasukan yang diperpilih sendirilah. Okay, next slide. Okay, and then ni adalah generasi kedua, which is us mentors. So saya dan Syah adalah antara 9 orang mentor dalam program ni, dan kami semua datang dari pelbagai latar belakang dan pengalaman. Ada biologist in the making, ada program manager adventurer, ada pelajar universiti Aisyah, and then nature conservationist, and scientist, teacher, architect, and also we have like some part-time singers. And so diversity adalah aspek yang saya rasa sangat-sangat penting sebab kita dapat berkongsi pelbagai perspektif yang berbeza sepanjang projek ni. Contohnya alhamdulillah berdasarkan pengalaman saya mengajar di Sekolah Menengah Kebangsaan, saya alhamdulillah dapat support mentor-mentor dari sudut pedagogi, psikologi murid dan pemudahcaraan teknik mengajar. And Syah asalnya memang dia intern dengan GreenSmiths masa zaman sekolah dulu. And kebetulan dia pun dulu memang murid dekat sekolah SMK Teguh Sulong, one of the chosen schools. Jadi dia dapat berikan perspektif dari sudut pandangan murid kat Kedah tu supaya kita boleh lebih fahamkan budaya dan pemikiran mereka. Okay, next slide. Okay, program ni bermula sejak bulan Februari tahun ni dan disebabkan PKP dia dijalankan sepenuhnya secara online. Jadi kiranya dah lebih kurang 9 bulan, like a full term baby. And kita sekarang di fasa terakhir and insyaAllah bulan depan akan tamatlah program ni. Okay, next slide. Okay, so second part of in the agenda ialah gambaran proses dan strategi GSLI. Next slide. Okay, so program ni terbahagi kepada 3 fasa utama iaitu kita panggil equip, engage dan empower. Fasa pertama equip ialah di mana intern-intern akan dilengkapkan dengan 2 aspek utama, iaitu dari segi pertama ialah kemahiran kepimpinan diri dan komunikasi secara berpasukan, dan kedua ialah pengetahuan dan kefahaman tentang isu perubahan iklim. Dan fasa kedua ialah you can see at the bottom there, fasa kedua is engage. Dan fasa ni kami terpaksa asalnya dia patut fasa takhir, tapi disebabkan PKP kami terpaksa ubah jadual dan jadikan jadi fasa kedua. Dan ekspedisi hutan sebenar kami gantikan dengan Ulu Muda Virtual Rainforest Tour, and then saat lagi Shah will share a bit about that. Okay, then fasa ketiga ialah Empower, and I would say this is the meat of the program. Di mana interns dilatih dan diberi panduan oleh mentor-mentor dari segi 3 aspek utama. Pertama ialah langkah-langkah untuk kenal pasti masalah berkaitan isu perubahan iklim dan penyelesaian yang mereka usahakan. And then kedua ialah latihan kemahiran digital advocacy dan perisian atau apps seperti like Google Workspace and Canva, and some of them tak pernah belajar all these things before. And then yang aspek ketiga untuk empower ialah which is the main part, cara pengurusan dan pelaksanaan projek inisiatif secara pasukan. Dan inilah adalah setiap kumpulan perlu ada inisiatif sendiri. Kita guide dia tapi dia kena buat all the decision making. Okay, next slide. Okay, so dalam fasa pertama, this bit I'm going to be quite fast lah. Dia bila kita fikir pasal kepimpinan tu actually mula dengan diri kita sendiri. So cara kami approach this latihan ni is mulakan dengan kita kenal pasti apakah personality kita melalui this personality test. Everyone can take it online. Siapa yang belum pernah buat the Myers-Briggs personality test, I really recommend it. And dari situ, sebab memang kita tahu program ni memang interns akan buat inisiatif dalam pasukan. So jadi kita kena lebih kenali macam how to work with each other. So that was one of the things that we did. So masing-masing kena pastilah apa personality masing-masing. And dari situ pun kita get them to share with each other. Dan lepas tu setiap pasukan then akan bincang, and then sebab program ni kan program jangka masa lama, so mereka kena fikir apakah nilai-nilai yang kita nak tekankan ataupun what are the values, right? Nilai-nilai pasukan kita, apa budaya dan nilai pasukan. So yang boleh nampak belah kanan tu, these are all the posters yang setiap kumpulan hasilkan. Dan poster ni adalah sesuatu yang is a good thing to have bila you nak mulakan kerja pasukan, sebab kita manusia memang senang cepat lupa. Dan jadi sebagai mentor, kita boleh guide them back tau. Ingat tak balik, salah satu your value ni is think outside the box. And then you can remind them throughout the process about this value. So adalah satu tool yang has been very helpful, I think. Okay, next slide. And then so lepas tu bila kita dah macam we know what we want, kira macam yang tadi tu kiranya pasang niat jugalah, what do we want from this project, and then kita mula equip them dengan pengetahuan dan kesedaran. So kita mulakan dengan the big picture. Seperti yang Shah sebut tadi, memang climate issue ataupun kalau kita Google all the news, memang dia dah cakap climate crisis lah, krisis perubahan iklim sekarang. Sangat didebatkan di peringkat global. But for students, I think cara yang paling mudah kita nak sampaikan ialah dari segi visual lah. Okay, so ni gambaran ni ialah something yang mudah yang pelajar sendiri boleh nampak, actually saya boleh nampak apa yang terjadi dekat bumi kita dari dari revolusi perindustrian tu kan, sepanjang like this 200 years and where we are now. So these are satellite images daripada NASA. So dari sini dalam latihan kami akan tanya diorang, macam kita akan tunjuk satu persatu, and then kita akan tanya what do you feel. So one of our approach is that kita banyak fokus pada what do you feel about this, dari segi emotional intelligence lah. So dari sini memang from our students, dari situ dia like apa yang pengalaman kami kita nampak memang mereka tak tahu, and mereka macam saya tak tahu, is this happening to like you would think lah maybe social media and everything, tapi bukannya kita tak boleh nak assume semua orang tahu pasal benda ni. So this is a very simple way to just show, okay, what is happening. Okay, next slide. Okay, so dari gambaran besar, and adalah sangat-sangat penting untuk kita zoom in, okay, benda tu, and then kita pecahkan the topic tu. So we showed some articles macam macam mana this climate change ni, how it affects Malaysia. Dari segi masalah banjir ataupun different things, and dari sini pun apa yang kami belajar is banyak sumber maklumat berkaitan dengan climate change ni adalah, perubahan iklim is dalam bahasa Inggeris. Sepanjang kami nak buat research untuk program ni lah. So we notice that actually banyak sangat maklumat yang very advanced is like all in English. So memang our team kita memang kita kena bekerjasama, and then Syah buat banyak ni dengan our another mentor Nina. Tolong banyak video yang kita dapat dari YouTube kita akan translate. Kita akan pastikan, sebab memang contohnya pelajar-pelajar kita kita akan tanya dia, okay, lebih selesa bahasa Melayu ke bahasa Inggeris. So memang dia bercakap, okay, bahasa Melayu. So memang kita cuba dengar and we cater to them. So video-video yang kita dapat tu kita akan, if you perasan yang ni ada salah satu contoh video yang Syah dengan Nina tolong letak subtitle bahasa Melayu. So a lot of effort, and dari sini saya nak galakkan lah. I know probably yang dalam among the para hadirin ada yang some of you ada YouTube channel, you have TikTok, and then tadi Mengah Holdings. Kita perlukan lebih informasi maklumat tentang isu perubahan iklim dalam bahasa Melayu, sebab apa yang kami dapatkan bila kita nak cuba dapat dalam bahasa Melayu, paling dekat is bahasa Indonesia. So kita actually guna banyak maklumat dalam bahasa Indonesia juga. So I hope that through this process kita baru sedar lah, okay, there's a gap there. Okay, next slide. Okay, so dari tadi, so the first one is like global, and after that kita cuba zoom in, and then the last part for this equip dari segi pengetahuan ni is hubung kait, is connection. Again, apa yang kita dapat belajar daripada interns kami ialah at the end you kena kaitkan dengan diri you. Apa macam sometimes they will say, so what? Okay, I can see polar bears, so what? Macam, the ice, benda tu akan dapat sedih, tapi benda at the same time kita kena faham yang konteks tu sangat jauh daripada mereka tau, especially like kita kena kaitkan dengan konteks persekitaran. And then a simple way is that kita tanya, okay, refleksi adalah satu tool yang sangat-sangat I think kita boleh nampak keberkesanannya lah sepanjang projek ni, is that okay, kita dah tunjuk beri semua maklumat, okay, then kita beri masa kepada intern kita, okay, tengok persekitaran apa yang mengganggu. And apa yang kita dapat, the easiest thing is the student banyak cakap lah, okay, hujan kurang, cuaca panas, and then apakah peristiwa yang mempengaruhi anda, bagaimana. So banyak soalan refleksi. And then dari situ we kaitkan balik dengan the emotion, so that kita boleh these are all data, important data I think. And important aspect lah bila kita buat program macam ni is like kita beri banyak ruang untuk intern tu sendiri yang berkongsi, untuk sebab benda ni adalah bukan satu yang budaya banyak anak-anak kita kat sekolah is memang mungkin tengoklah keadaan sekolah dia, tapi kita ada pelajar daripada sekolah yang kiranya bukan sekolah berprestasi tinggi. So memang jenis budaya yang kat sekolah, cikgu pun kurang tanya mereka. So benda macam ni actually, walaupun kita rasa macam beri je lah pendapat, tapi actually dengan our interns ni kita perlu beri lebih banyak galakan sebab they are very very shy mula-mula lah. So a lot of effort have to be done. Next slide. Okay, and then fasa kedua, this one saya akan paskan dekat Syah. Thank you.
Right, thank you Aisyah. Jadi Aisyah dah terangkan pasal equip. Next punya fasa adalah engage, di mana macam Aisyah cakap tadi, original plan kami nak bawa semua students or all the interns to the Ulu Muda Rainforest Dia located in Sek, Kedah. Tapi sebabkan COVID, jadi kami tak boleh bawa semua pergi masuk dalam hutan lah. Jadi kami buat virtual rainforest instead. Jadi hari ni saya akan bagi preview dekat semua macam mana kami buat virtual rainforest, dan kita akan main sedikit games lah berkenaan dengan hidupan dalam hutan Ulu Muda tersebut. Sebelum tu saya pasti ramai yang tak tahu pasal Ulu Muda. Jadi saya akan kongsi pasal Ulu Muda sebab Ulu Muda merupakan salah satu hutan yang sangat penting untuk Malaysia, okay? Okay, Ulu Muda located in Kedah, like I just said. It's nationally important for water catchment forest for 3 states, iaitu state Kedah, Perlis dan juga Penang. Dia mengalirkan air Ulu Muda tu ke 3 state ni. Lepas tu Tasik Muda ni ada betapa besar dia. Ulu Muda saiz dia twice daripada saiz Singapore. Dia ada 3 tasik dalam Ulu Muda tu sendiri, iaitu Tasik Muda, Tasik Pedu dan Tasik Ahning. Keluasan dia 163,000 hectares. And yeah, it supply water to irrigate Malaysia's largest paddy granary, Malaysia's jalapan padi or Malaysia Rice Bowl. Dia sumbang sebanyak 40% terhadap pengeluaran padi Malaysia. Jadi itu betapa pentingnya untuk kita jaga hutan Ulu Muda ni sebab untuk makanan kita juga selain air lah. Next, Ulu Muda juga penting untuk biodiversity di mana dia ada 118 species of mammals, 328 species of birds, and one of only 2 sites in Malaysia to have all 10 species of hornbills. Ulu Muda adalah satu antara 2 hutan yang ada semua 10 spesies burung enggang. Jadi kalau pergi sana boleh nampak 10 jenis corak, 10 jenis species of burung enggang lah. And then dia ada 63 species of reptiles. Jadi now kita dah tahu pasal Ulu Muda tu sendiri. Untuk nak bawa hampa semua pergi Ulu Muda tu macam tak boleh lah kan, sebab nak masuk Ulu Muda tu pun kita kena naik bot nelayan lebih kurang dalam 1 jam lebih untuk sampai tapak camp kami.
Syah dah berapa kali pergi?
Sorry?
Syah dah berapa kali pergi Ulu Muda?
Sudah dalam 8 kali pergi.
Masya Allah. Oh, actually kalau siapa antara our audience yang memang pernah pergi Ulu Muda boleh kongsi kat chat ataupun yang nak pergi atau belum pergi atau yang dah pergi.
Yes, definitely you can comment dalam YouTube, or you can also reach our punya Instagram GreenSmiths. Next, so now kami nak bagi teaser, how does Ulu Muda sounds like? Okay, saya akan play lagi sekali. Tapi kali ni saya nak semua untuk komen dekat comment section on YouTube. Apa yang kamu dengar dalam audio tu, cuba komen. And then apa audio or sound of Ulu Muda ni membuatkan kamu rasa apa. Okay? Alright. Cuba komen apa audio ni membuatkan kamu semua rasa apa. What made you feel after you listen to this sounds of Ulu Muda, and what did you heard? What sounds did you heard from it? Bunyi apa yang sedang menyanyi tu? Maybe you dengar bunyi the river
Someone cakap apa very soothing, boleh dengar faunas living in it. And ada yang baru tahu Semenanjung pun ada hornbills. Actually yang tu pun lepas saya buat program dengan JSLI baru saya tahu. Saya sendiri pun tak tahu. Saya ingatkan kalau hornbill kat Borneo je. And then ada yang agree dengan Faris, very soothing. Ada tanya, siamang. I think if Jaime was here, he would. Do you
I
know?
don't know. I'm not expert with sounds, unfortunately.
Ni Amin Hamzah. Actually, ni Amin Hamzah, my fellow mentor for my team. Kan? Amin tahu kot, maybe it's bunyi siamang. Ya betul. So Asmawi pun cakap macam bunyi siamang.
Hello,
And then
Amin.
ada cakap bunyi monyet, rasa sangat-sangat tenang, memang nak pergi sana sekarang. Fana, saya pun rasa
Bunyi
sama.
ungka.
Kalau boleh nak pergi sana
That's really
sekarang.
good guess, by the way. Bunyi ungka. That's really good guess.
Ada cakap very refreshing.
Alright. So next kita akan tengok haiwan apa yang ada dalam Ulu Muda ni. Tapi saya akan mainkan video camera trap yang kami dah pasang dalam hutan tu. Dan saya nak kamu semua untuk ready untuk teka jawapan kepada setiap camera trap. Tak banyak pun. Ada 2 je sebenarnya. Dan bagikan 2 fakta berkenaan dengan haiwan tersebut. Okay? Right. Wait, bagi dia loading. Right.
Dia loading sikit.
Okay, cuba. Okay, cuba teka haiwan. What species is this? And find 2 facts about them. Post in the comment section in YouTube. Even it's lagging, you guys can see clear, right? I don't know what happened. Burung apa ni?
Ada orang tanya merak ke tu? Wow.
Keep on guessing.
Keep guessing. Adakah itu merak?
Peacock, burung merak. Boleh teka bahasa Inggeris, boleh bahasa Melayu pun boleh.
It's peacock.
Merak. Lagi yang lain tak ada teka. Betul ke burung merak? Are you sure?
Are you sure? Faris ada tanya dalam banyak-banyak hutan kenapa Ulu Muda. Nanti kita share lepas after the animal
reveal
video.
The answer. Okay, saya bagi hint dia bukan burung merak. Dia bukan spesies burung merak. Jadi burung apa selain burung merak yang macam burung merak? It's okay then.
Dia kalau bahasa Inggeris dia mula dengan huruf P. P, right? No.
G.
I got it wrong.
Tapi nama panjang macam the G apa?
The G something. Okay, another 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Tapi ada cakap masih macam burung merak. 1. Okay.
Okay, dia
good
bukan burung
effort
merak.
everyone. Cuba.
Tapi baguslah macam masing-masing nampak juga macam similarity of this bird with the burung merak lah. Kan? Ni burung dia nama The Great Argus. The Great Argus atau dalam bahasa Melayu burung kuang raya. Now you guys dah tahu nama burung. Boleh kamu teka tak? Ni dia punya jantina. Jantan ke betina? Cepat, quick one. Teka je.
Ulang balik nama dia. Syah.
The Great Argus. Nama dia The Great Argus. Dalam bahasa Inggeris, dalam bahasa Melayu burung kuang raya.
Kuang raya. Catat. Okay, ada yang guess betina.
Betina. Okay. Siapa sokong betina? Ada ekor panjang.
Dan ada juga jantan kot. Farina rasa mungkin jantan.
Boleh share tak kenapa rasa betina dan kenapa rasa jantan? Kalau jantan macam tu confirm betina. Cuba share. Kenapa kamu rasa
Ada
dia jantan?
Ada
Thank you,
cakap
Amin.
kalau jalan macam tu confirm burung betina. Ya ke? Is it the same in the animal
Oh,
world?
sebab dia berjalan.
Cakap gaya dia.
Macam betina. Okay. Okay, sebenarnya saya reveal okay.
Jeng
Ini
jeng
adalah
jeng.
drum.
Jantan.
Ini adalah jantan.
Drum roll.
Sebenarnya burungnya macam ni yang ekor dia boleh kembang macam tu, yang ekor panjang macam tu. So yang lebih cantik gitu adalah burung jantan. Betina is the opposite. You guys boleh search Google, cari burung kuang raya betina. Dia ekor dia lebih pendek sikit, okay?
Sebab dia
And
kalau dalam
then,
animal world kan sebab dia kena nak attract mate kan. So that's why
yeah,
dalam
definitely.
animal world jantan yang kena berseri. Kalau kita manusia kan usually like sometimes girls and work like makeup and stuff. Tapi kalau animal world, the jantan yang kena macam attract.
Betul, Aisyah. Ya, and guess what? Masa mereka ni nak mengawan, jantan akan menari. Mereka akan menari. Jadi macam, so far tak dapat lagi camera trap mereka sedang menari dalam hutan tu. Tapi kami jumpalah kawasan mereka menari akan macam berselerak sikit tu. Kawasan tu bulatan tu. And then akan ada bulu-bulu ekor mereka yang jatuh. Which is very beautiful lah actually.
Have you seen it?
Menari untuk not in
Video
real.
lah.
Yeah, video should be ada lah. And yeah, dia menari tu untuk tarik perhatian si betina lah untuk mengawan. And then next we go about cave. Okay, this is Amin's favorite. Amin tolong bantu kalau saya salah.
Tapi Amin jangan bagi tahu jawapan. Bantu.
Okay, this is cave animals macam saya tak beritahu tadi, kami buat virtual tour 3 hari. Kemudian hari pertama kami pergi jungle trekking untuk tengok camera trap. Hari kedua kami pergi river cruise naik boat sebab dekat tapak camp Ulu Muda tak ada jalan darat. Nak pergi satu tempat ke another tempat kami kena naik boat nelayan. Naik river cruise tu akan nampak macam-macam jenis burung. Bila jumpa burung enggang juga. Dan a lot other species like kingfishers. And then hari ketiga kami akan masuk ke gua, cave. Okay, ini antara haiwan yang terdapat dalam gua. Jadi kita akan main game sikit kat sini. I Spy. It's I Spy game. You guys kena teka. So yeah. I spy with my little eyes something that has more than 4 legs and is named by human body part. Can you guess? A, B, C, D. Haiwan mana yang ada lebih banyak daripada 4 kaki dan dinamakan sempena how to translate this? Dinamakan nama dia ada dekat tubuh badan manusia. Okay, ada orang jawab A. Confirm Yang lain
Confirm, confident. Asmawi confident. Ada jawab B.
Jawab B, okay. A.
Actually ada tanya kalau betul dapat hadiah ke? Ada yang nak hadiah. Yang ni kita serahkan ke pihak penganjur.
Dapat ilmu. B tu apa?
Jawab A.
B tu macam cacing-cacing bawah
lagi.
tanah situ lah. I give him.
No.
D ada lebih daripada 4 kaki. Dia tanya D tu apa? D tu ular. Tak jelas maaf.
Angle dia buat.
B tu ular. Snake.
D.
C jenis kelawar.
Racer kan? It's called something racer. Hymir ada sebut gitu.
Okay, ready to reveal the answer? Confirm A itu.
3,
the answer is
2, 1. Drum roll.
B. So Tania yang jawab B. Afiq Ventures. Afiq kan? Faris tanya tu apa?
Tania Afiq.
Nama dia Spiny Millipede. Sorry if I pronounce it wrong. Jadi if you can see dia ada lebih daripada 4 kaki and dinamakan sebenarnya tulang belakang tubuh manusia. Sebab dia nampak macam tulang belakang manusia kan kalau tengok kan. Sebenarnya dia haiwan. Dia kecil je, sangat kecil. Dan boleh jumpa dekat cave.
Kecil tu
Tapi
kecil mana? Kalau banding dengan your finger.
Kecil mana? Amin ada tak?
Amin, tolong.
Berapa inci je as I remember, but if I'm not sure, I better not share, right? Amin
We'll get back to you.
share
Nanti
about
Amin
it,
akan
okay?
share dekat chat.
Tapi spesies ni belum ada siapa kaji. Jadi banyak faktor yang belum banyak fakta yang belum tahu pasal binatang ni. Sebab tak ada orang lagi yang kaji pasal binatang ni. Jadi hanya tahu nama dia and jumpa dekat Batu Cave and Ulu Muda macam tu. Jadi 1cm. Amin cakap dia 1cm je. So,
besar kuku
1cm.
jari.
So kecil gila. Jadi
so ada peluang lah
kalau
dekat audience siapa yang nak jadi orang pertama untuk kaji spiny millipede. This is your chance.
Yes,
Peluang.
definitely. Siapa yang nak kaji pasal benda ni, dah ada sikit info. You can contact us, GreenSmiths, ataupun boleh contact Earthlot sendiri. Macam rujukan bawah tu, earthlotmalaysia.com. Alright, so itu adalah preview about virtual tour atau virtual rainforest expedition to Ulu Muda dari GreenSmiths. Ada panjang, ada 3 hari dan kami selalu buat. Kalau you guys nak join any of the rainforest expedition in the future, you guys boleh pergi ke GreenSmith punya Instagram. Nanti kami akan post lah tarikh yang kami akan buat dan you guys boleh join. Dan sebab sekarang kan SOP dah mula longgar, siapa tahu kalau you guys boleh join untuk physical expedition to Ulu Muda Rainforest juga satu hari nanti, right? Tapi kat sana sebelum sampai pun memang tak ada line langsung sebab it's very deep in the forest. So, that's all for Engage. Remember that tak kenal maka tak cinta. It's very important for us to kenal alam sekitar kita sendiri, hutan-hutan yang ada dekat Malaysia ni supaya kita akan cinta dan rasa nak lindungi hutan tersebut. Yang boleh kita tahu ni ini yang memotivasikan kita untuk lindungi hidupan-hidupan dalam hutan ni sama ada fauna atau flora. Bila kita tak kenal apa pun dekat hutan, terutamanya yang penting macam hutan Ulu Muda, selain ada ayak apa semua tu, dia ada juga binatang macam-macam lagi yang kami tak sempat nak cover hari ni. Kita tak tahu lagi apa yang akan ada dalam tu dan we need to protect them lah untuk teruskan biodiversity dan untuk kepentingan kita juga di masa akan datang. So next we'll go to the next fasa. Saya pass balik kepada Aisyah. Thank you.
Okay, terima kasih Syah. Okay, bismillah again. Fasa ketiga ialah fasa terakhir dalam program GSLI ini dan ialah kiranya fasa terpenting. So lepas intern tu dah rasa macam semangat lah, dah dapat equip dengan pengetahuan baru, lepas tu pergi virtual rainforest tour. Yang tu boleh nampak lah macam intern tu sangat enjoy 3 hari yang kita, walaupun dia walaupun dia virtual tour, tapi memang mereka sangat enjoy and banyak apa yang yang Syah kongsi tu is just a tiny bit. Yang masa kita buat sesi tu is quite sesi 2 jam lah for each session tu. So sekarang nak buat apa? What to do? Okay, so kami guna rangka this framework dari Design for Change and dia panggil FITS, which is dia ada langkah-langkah lah, 4 langkah. Langkah pertama ialah feel, langkah kedua imagine, langkah ketiga do, and langkah keempat is share. Dan menggunakan rangka ni interns mula untuk berdasarkan all that maklumat, then apakah kita apa inisiatif yang kita nak buat. So mulakan dengan kenal pasti kenal pasti masalah isu di persekitar mereka yang berkaitan dengan perubahan iklim, and then they feel it, what do they feel bothered by. Lepas tu dia imagine, bayangkan apa yang peluang perubahan yang kita boleh ambil, and then lepas tu mereka rancang, mereka buat projek tu, and then fasa takhir which is the one yang belum lagi ialah share ialah nanti intern bulan depan dia ada showcase lah. Next slide. So disebabkan kekangan masa, so saya akan just sebut saja di bahagian ni apakah masalah yang setiap pasukan kena pasti, dan apakah penyelesaian atau peluang perubahan yang mereka dapat usahakan masa fasa ni. So one of the themes ECOP Optimizer ialah berkaitan dengan masalah pembakaran terbuka. Lepas tu mereka nak bertekad nak buat kempen online, and then ada pamphlet distribution. Yang ni saya akan terangkan dengan lebih terperinci in this next bit. Another team, SAGE. SAGE is from Convent Light, CLS kan, Penang. So forestation adalah satu isu yang mereka pilih untuk tackle. Lepas tu diorang punya inisiatif berkaitan dengan tree planting, and then this is the one group yang memang fokus nak buat social media. So kepada para hadirin, you boleh check out dekat TikTok, dia panggil SAGE, S-A-G-E, SAGE _ deforestation kalau tak siap. So mereka ada dah mulalah share video berkaitan dengan deforestation sebab dia nak spread the awareness. And the third group, yang group yang belah kanan tu Greenland Nature, yang tu dari Tunku Sulong juga, dari Kedah, and mereka pun they risau pasal masalah pembuangan sampah, and memang dekat kawasan tu sebelum ni kawasan mereka tak ada macam tong untuk asingkan sampah. So itu inisiatif mereka bekerjasama dengan sekolah, and then dia siap buat papan tanda maklumat juga. Next slide. And then yang ni Green Quingles yang belah kiri ni, mereka dari sekolah ni Convent Pulau Tikus Penang. Dan sama juga macam SAGE, masalah yang mereka pilih is deforestation. And dalam komen tadi pun, masa awal-awal tadi pun ada para hadirin yang cakap lah macam actually a big factor to this climate change crisis is deforestation kan. So mereka pun sama buat tree planting effort dekat kawasan perumahan, and then buat campaign online juga. So mereka actually buat pertandingan, dipanggil apa ni, My Beautiful Garden. So maksudnya bukan saja disuruh penduduk taman mereka untuk tanam pokok, tapi macam ada landscaping sikit lah. Lepas tu ada competition. The next group, pasukan team Shades of Green, juga dari Konvent Pulau Tikus, and yang ni tentang plastic pollution from single use plastic. So mereka tekad macam nak jadi zero waste punya generation. So yang ni team yang memang dia buat so sekolah, antara 3 sekolah yang kita ada, Convent Pulau Tikus is sekolah, I would say lah, berdasarkan saya punya penelitian, is sekolah prestasi tinggi, and cikgu mereka pun memang semangat tau. So banyak guide the students. So masa mereka buat campaign diorang yang Generation Zero Waste ni, dia melibatkan JPN, melibatkan memang satu negeri lah, so kiranya dia ada that support untuk buat campaign online, and also get people to do writing competition, drawing competition, and then dapat sambutan yang baik. Alhamdulillah. And last but not least ialah another school from Penang, team from Penang, Savage and Average daripada CLS. Yang ni sama juga macam Shades or Green, tapi dia lebih tekankan pada plastic pollution hasil daripada online shopping. And this one is a interesting observation sebab memang kita duk masa PKP kan semua duk beli online. So the amount of waste generated masa from online shopping tu ialah benda yang okay, what can we do about it? So Seven at Average pun buat online awareness session, ajak rakan-rakan mereka, and then they memang buat session pasal plastic pollution, and ada social media campaign juga. Okay, next please. Okay, so kita tiba di bahagian kajian case, which is case study untuk fasa 3 Empower. Dan tajuk inisiatif untuk team eco-optimizing ialah katakan tidak kepada pembayaran terbuka, and mereka buat kempen online rumah ke rumah. Dan eco-optimizing ialah pasukan yang saya mentor bersama dengan, kalau pasang kat chat tu ada Amin Hamzah, that's my other mentor. And then Syah pun, Syah banyak tolong lah sebab Syah yang bertempat di Kedah, sekarang saya dekat Subanjaya Selangor. So macam kiranya memang PJJ lah, jarak jauh. Okay, next slide. So, bila saya nak terangkan kajian kes ni, saya akan terangkan projek mereka berdasarkan Design for Change tu punya rangka, punya framework lah, yang step FIDS tu. Okay, so langkah pertama ialah feel. Okay, so kita mulakan dengan minta interns observe persekitaran. And soalan, so you boleh nampak yang ni adalah Jamboard. So my students first time belajar guna Jamboard sebab mereka sebelum ni sepanjang PKP memang mereka PDPR, online learning is diorang buat secara WhatsApp. So memang pelajar SMK Tunggu Sulong tak guna Google Classroom atau Google Meet tu semua. So masa buat program ni baru diorang gunalah. And so it's a useful tool untuk kita buat macam brainstorm. So soalan actually yang saya kongsi ni ialah rumusan. Actually sebelum tu kita ada hantar Google Google Doc. So mereka jawab lebih panjang lah. So maksudnya dia kena pasti okay, apa yang mengganggu. So simpulan daripada the worksheet panjang tu ialah semua risau pasal sebab kat sana panas sangat. And then seorang hakisan tanah. So jadi langkah pertama ni dia bukan saja observe, tapi I think aspek yang sangat penting ialah dig deeper. And ni adalah langkah yang biasanya kita jarang buat. I think secara maybe as a society or budaya kita macam nampak macam tu komen-komen, tapi kita nak ambil langkah yang crucial ni, yang penting ni, is dig deeper. Okay, kenapa benda tu berlaku? Apa faktor sistemik yang memberi kesan. Dan bila nak dig deeper ni ialah bahagian di mana memang interns perlukan sangat banyak panduan masa bahagian ni. Okay, kita kena guide dia apakah soalan, a simple one is the 5W1H, why, who, when, why, and that 5W1H lah kalau buat essay kan. And dari situ is di mana yang again, mengapa masalah itu berlaku, and berdasarkan all the senarai yang students tulis tu, kita guide dia cuba dari proses ni, pendek katalah, saya sendiri baru dapat tahu yang dekat my students ni mereka dari kampung Cemara dan kampung Jeniang dekat kampung Cemara dan kampung Kalai dari daerah Sikh guru nak kat Jeniang kat Kedah. And dekat kampung mereka kiranya kan mereka cakap lah setiap rumah bakar sampah. And pada mereka bila masa buat sesi perkongsian setiap orang macam memang nak bagi peluang untuk setiap student beritahulah apa yang border. So dari perbincangan yang kita buat melalui Google Meet tu, saya sendiri terkejut sebab saya duduk kat kawasan taman, memang cara sisa sampah diuruskan is lain. So yang tu dari sini dapat tahu yang macam pembakaran terbuka ni adalah satu yang actually is a big problem, dan pada mulanya mereka sendiri tak rasa macam masalah ke tu sebab dah terlampau biasa nampak. So berdasarkan tu diorang decide okay nak fokus pada pembakaran terbuka. Lepas tu boleh nampak nak belah kiri ni actually salah satu langkah untuk dig deeper. Mereka akan tanya bukan saja diri themselves but tanya community, jiran-jiran dan rakan-rakan, buat Google survey untuk fahamkan lagi tentang masalah ni. Dan berdasarkan dapatan daripada Google Form tu, dia hasilkan penyataan masalah. So penyataan masalah tu dia tolong zoom in lah, okay, apa yang kita nak fokus, masalah apa yang kita nak tangani, dan siapa yang terkesan and kenapa ia penting. Ini sangat penting, kenapa ini penting untuk diusahakan, diselesaikan, dan bagaimana dia nak buat. Okay, next slide. So lepas dah kena pasti masalah tu, dan lepas tu imagine. Yang ni pun just pendek kata lah, like mereka buat banyak latihan refleksi, and then last kali kita buat latihan blue sky thinking. So blue sky thinking ialah latihan di mana kita galakkan semua orang keluarkan idea. Tak ada idea yang betul atau salah ataupun gila, there's no crazy idea, just anything that comes to your mind, just the sky is your limit, keluarkan semua. So mula-mula actually memang mereka perlukan banyak galakan lah, sebab apa yang kita nampak macam banyak pelajar mereka kalau kita budaya kita kan macam sebab dari sekolah kan takut salah, takut kalau silap jawab ke apa. So memang perlukan banyak galakan. So they did come out with a lot of solutions. So kita tapis and berdasarkan ada 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 ni, dan kita vote. So setiap ahli pasukan ada 5, setiap akan memberi sekurang-kurangnya 1. So another important aspect bila kerja berpasukan ni is pastikan semua contribute. Maksudnya pendapat semua kita dengari. And then last kali baru kita vote lah. So apa yang boleh nampak dari this Jamboard ni, majority pilih yang kempen kesedaran. Sebab adalah sesuatu yang dia perasa okay sebab masih PKP at that time, itu je lah yang I think paling senang dia dapat usahakan. Next slide. Sorry if I'm talking too fast. So bila dah settle, actually bila saya kongsi ni saya lupa nak share lah. Dekat bahagian sebelum tu sebenarnya ada lagi satu elemen sangat penting tapi saya lupa nak share, mereka buat smart goal. So itu pun is another process where dia kena pastilah okay apa yang saya nak buat. So ada target, so mereka dah buat smart goal. So berdasarkan dah set target apakah matlamat, and then mereka mula plan. So yang ni adalah satu a very very steep learning curve, perjalanan pembelajaran yang sangat steep lah untuk diorang sebab sebab for eco optimizer mereka tak banyak peluang sebelum ni untuk kerja berpasukan. So memang dari segi komunikasi, siapa buat apa, benda tu mereka memang perlu banyak panduan, and alhamdulillah lah bila kita buat project plan macam ni, mereka senang sikit. Okay, minggu ni apa kita kena buat, siapa buat apa, and then kena siapkan bila. So dia ada panduan. And then kalau benda tu kena tunda, dari segi komunikasi tu dia membantu sikit lah. Next slide. Then sebab SGP bagi setiap pasukan diberi bajet yang besar juga untuk lakukan inisiatif ni. So mereka diberikan okay ada bajet, then apa nak berdasarkan your smart goals tu, okay bagaimana yang kena nak belanja apa. So yang ni pun mereka kena belajar untuk jadi organize sebab bajet tu kita release week by week. Okay, minggu ni kena beli apa. So apa yang saya kongsikan is a snapshot from their Excel. So yang is a cute, not cute lah, but I find it quite endearing. Yang biji benih tu, itu pun satu proses yang sebab mereka cakap okay kita nak buat kempen katakan tidak keberatan terbuka, and then kita nak ajar, kalau nak suruh orang kampung tak bakar sampah dan daun-daun kuning tu nak buat apa. So mereka cakap okay kita nak ajar orang kampung buat kompos. So bila dah kompos then tanaman hadiah untuk galakkan peserta untuk join kempen ni. Memang dia nak bagi hadiah, and then hadiah yang dia pilih is berkaitan dengan dia punya topik and nak tanam balik kan. So dari segi tanaman ni pun dia banyak buat reflection lah, macam okay, sebab ada dua pelajar saya yang 2 atau 3 lah yang memang Tok Wan depa ada ladang, so selalu tolong dekat ladang. So depa tahu lah okay orang kampung suka tanam apa. So even macam very meaningful tau, like even dia punya benih yang depa pilih pun benih jenis yang memang depa tahu orang kampung tu akan tanam, memang suka nak tanam. Okay, and then selain tu dari situ then depa buat the online campaign. And this one is the first time, and apa yang saya nak kongsikan apa yang I think it was a challenging process, tapi apa yang saya bersyukur is that depa bila sampai and this one was akhir bulan Oktober. At this point sebab diorang eco-optimizer ni masa bulan 2, masa mula-mula start project memang senyap, macam so shy, so shy. Tapi bila kita bekerja dengan like I said 2 generation kan, when you are the second generation, the older generation, apa yang kita buat adalah satu modeling. Kita bukan cakap saja tapi is what we do. So apa yang kita di GreenSmiths mata-mata kita cuba buat setiap kali kita ada sesi Google Meet untuk bahagian equip dan engage, kita sentiasa buat supaya kita engage dengan audience. Maksudnya okay, kita pastikan the student kita tanya mereka banyak, mereka respon, galakkan mereka cuba tingkatkan, sebab keyakinan diri tu ialah satu yang perlu dibina. So dari situ alhamdulillah lah, memang bersyukur sangat bila time mereka nak buat ni, boleh nampak cara mereka buat online campaign tu ada gaya, maksudnya ada teknik-teknik yang macam mana kami GreenSmiths buat kami punya online session. So dari situ yang ada nampak dia punya organisation, and then mereka cakap lah okay online, okay so pasal eco-optimizer, mereka cakap okay online campaign ni adalah untuk rakan-rakan kami sebab mereka biasalah online ni. And then next slide. Sekejap. And dari situ so you can see, tak boleh nampak sangat lah. So memang mereka pun bila diorang buat, diorang belajar guna Canva untuk ni, and then mereka banyak tanya soalan lah, engage dengan audience. So mereka sediakan script, and then really kaitkan kenapa pembarakan terbuka adalah satu masalah dan apa boleh buat. So you can see that dia ada kongsikan tentang cara-cara kompos. Next slide. Okay, so another thing yang eco-optimizer dia kena pasti ialah okay actually kita nak buat at first I was worried you nak buat banyak ni campaign online, tapi kita nak buat campaign rumah ke rumah juga. Dia cakap lah, teacher like kalau kawan-kawan kami boleh lah campaign online, tapi jiran-jiran kita, makcik-pakcik semua, mereka paling senang kalau kami pergi kat rumah mereka. And then so dari situ mereka pun rancang untuk buat campaign rumah ke rumah, and berdasarkan apa yang online tu, mereka sediakan buku panduan kompos. So mereka design and then print out, lepas tu and then belilah balang dengan biji benih tu semua untuk berikan. And dari sini saya macam terharu lah boleh nampak usaha mereka, and then boleh nampak gambar tengah bawah tu, one of my students Izahan ni, dia memang dia banyak galak macam tolong guide dia punya kawan. Okay, bila kita rumah ke rumah, kita memang kena terangkan betul-betul kat makcik-pakcik, jaga SOP, tapi kena terangkan okay, sebab dalam buku panduan mereka dia pada letak QR code. So QR code tu akan ada tunjuklah video-video untuk maklumat lanjut tentang cara-cara kompos. And memang dia usaha tak akan rumah ke rumah akan explain okay macam mana makcik pernah guna tak ni QR code scan, sebab ada yang belum pernah. So memang dia guide and everything. So so yang ni just one day. So setiap dia target I think like 60 I think 60 rumah. Okay, next slide. And so masa DFC step 3 and 2 ni so lepas campaign online dan campaign bersemuka tu, kita akan buat sesi refleksi, and this is a very, very important part as well. And dari sini boleh nampak yang at the end kan, benda tu is lebih bermakna kalau dia bermakna untuk orang yang menjalankan projek ni. So for them, boleh nampak yang generasi interns ni, diorang memang actually sebenarnya diorang tak tahulah, diorang tak, maybe sebab PKP dan sebelum ni memang tak kenal sangat jiran, and bila mereka buat rumah ke rumah tu memang mereka dapat kenal lah macam actually saya dapat berinteraksi and eratkan hubungan orang kampung, so it becomes more meaningful. And then ada yang cakap saya puas lah dapat ajar, dapat tanam benih, lepas tu mereka cakap nak snap, nak hantar, so ada continuation. So bukannya saja dia pergi rumah ke rumah tu dia macam okay ni cara-cara dia, bye bye macam tu, tak. So memang dia dari situ dia lagi semangat nak macam okay kita nak follow up lepas ni, kita nak tanya okay macam mana ada tanam apa-apa ke, ada yang tak faham, and dari situ saya rasa sangat bermakna lah. Okay, next slide. Okay, yeah, actually, we missed one slide. Tak apalah.
Okay, thank you Aisyah for a very interesting sharing. So right now we Q&A session about our topic bagaimana dua generasi bersama menangani isu perubahan iklim. So we have one question from Muhammad Asmawi. Selain Ulu Muda, di mana lagi hutan menarik yang dan best yang pernah Cik Aisyah dan Cik Syah pergi di area Semenanjung? Aisyah, you want to go for this?
Semenanjung, I've been to baru-baru ni tak, I think maybe Syah can, tak sebab sebab saya sebelum ni bermas tautin di luar negara. So baru-baru ni sebelum tu kalau tak, bukan Semenanjung boleh tak? Saya nak cakap selain Ulu Muda, I think kalau saya fikir pasal rainforest, hutan yang memberi banyak kesan is pada saya ialah bila saya pergi Ulu Muda pula. Pergi apa nama tempat tu? Mulu, ya. Gunung Mulu National Park dekat Sarawak, dekat dengan Miri lah, the area. So Mulu National Park, dia banyak caves, like the biggest caves, cave mouth opening in the world, and dari situ and then dia punya guide, nature guide pun memang orang asli, and then memang dia tahu memang betul-betul pengetahuan tentang semua flora and fauna, so very exciting lah. And siapa yang belum pernah pergi Mulu National Park dekat Sarawak, saya memang sangat recommend to look at the caves. Sebab lagi satu mungkin memang tak ada sempat kita nak cerita hari ni ialah kepentingan caves dengan limestone actually. Banyak, kita biasanya tahu hutan tapi actually caves is an important ecosystem. A fun fact is like contohnya like bats kan, kelawar tu dia macam bees in terms of pollinator tau. Tanpa kelawar kita tak akan ada petai dengan durian contohnya. So benda tu you dapat belajar.
Thank you Aisyah. What the question from Aisyah, from Alia, what types of people's daily activities that they might not notice that can lead to the climate change?
First thing that comes to mind, tadi memang ada one of the audience sebut awal tadi, is actually food waste. So benda tu ialah activity, daily activity that is a big issue lah actually when it comes to food waste tu. Because bila kita fikir pasal waste, sisa buangan dia banyak jenis tau. So you have brown waste, green waste, you have waste that you can recycle, benda yang boleh rot. So the principle of zero waste tu is something yang actually memang kita semua patut belajar. And I think ada soalan awal-awal masa sesi tu ada tanya yang macam okay, apa should we teach these things at school? Is definitely a yes. So tinggal lagi pengalaman saya sebagai guru lah, macam bila kita nak fikir pasal like all this, we cannot wait for the government, I think, to like okay, implement things in schools, that we have to start. So benda macam that comes to mind lah pasal daily activity that lead to climate change. Sebab the kaitan dengan climate change tu dia systemic tau. Dia bukannya macam immediately that if I do this thing is gonna like flood. Benda tu istilah iklim tu pun, istilah climate, iklim ialah keadaan cuaca dalam dalam what was it sepanjang, like over a period of time. So our daily activities contribute to the problem through or is over time tau. It's not immediate. So the other I think waste is something that kita adalah langkah yang kita boleh ambil dari segi, sebab I think budaya hidup masing-masing berlainan tau. So contohnya kalau saya cakap pasal that's why I think yang rangka yang fits tu design for change tu ialah bagus, sebab mulakan dengan tengok persekitaran kita and then apakah aktiviti kita, whether is kita banyak guna plastik tak. So contohnya kalau kawasan saya memang awareness pasal single use plastic is a bit better, and memang supermarket pun tak galakkan. Tapi ada setengah kawasan, if you travel in Malaysia, setengah kawasan macam single use plastic banyak guna, orang kat gerai semua, biasa je. So and then like I said lah, tadi tu yang dekat daerah dekat kawasan Jeniang kat Kedah, depa setiap hari hampir setiap hari atau setiap rumah bakar sampah. So itulah aktiviti setiap hari yang they do that affects climate change.
Without notice it can affect
without
the
noticing,
climate change.
and then dia like us driving, actually it's a lot, tapi but we have to be realistic jugalah. I used to live in a place where memang saya naik basikal pergi mana-mana, tapi setengah kawasan ni suka, nak cakap orang cakap, okay jangan pandu kereta, we are contributing fossil fuel. You nak suruh orang beli electric car, itu siapa yang mampu. So benda tu you kena pasti benda yang, sebab apa yang saya nak cakap ni, budaya hidup kita bukan semua sama. So that's why dia perlu lebih, we have to reflect. Kita kena buat refleksi diri, okay tengok. And then kena make that connection lah. I hope that answers.
Thank you, Aisyah. So I guess that's the,
wait,
we do have
ada
one more.
naik from your
Okay.
From your observation,
From your observation, what are the changes that students have noticed and what scared them the most about those changes? This will be the last question, okay? For those who want to ask question, you may DM our Instagram there.
And we will answer there. From what the changes that you have noticed that scares them the most about those changes, the weather. The weather is the one that disturbs them the most lah actually. Sebab the other changes, macam mana cakap kalau bukan depan mata, mereka tak, kita mungkin tahu macam okay, one of the case studies yang kita kongsi tu ialah video kita kongsi kat Kiribati. So Kiribati is having a really big problem about flooding, and it's like not to say the island is sinking, tapi the sea level has risen so much that they're having a problem. They've seen those videos tau, tapi apa yang saya nampak tentang like my students at least, kalau benda tu mereka tak rasa bukan depan mata mereka, macam they don't get so bothered by it. So which is also why and then dari, I think saya tak sempat kongsi sebelum ni, one of the challenge kan is dari segi pemikiran critical thinking, to being able to think deeper, is something that bukannya semua orang dah tahu macam mana how to think deeper. So bila mereka fikir pasal macam these changes, sebenarnya masa kita mula-mula tanya mereka cakap tak ada apa-apa. Itu I tell you that that was apa permulaan kita. Permulaan kita dia macam tak tahu, tak ada apa-apa. What are you bothered by? Macam sebab mereka sebelum ni belum pernah ditanya soalan-soalan macam tu. Dan kita tak boleh nak expect macam terus dapat jawapan. So actually benda yang kita tak sempat tak cerita lebih is like Shah and I kan, macam dekat our students from Kedah, and masalah connection is really really bad. There was this one slide yang hilang tadi tu, ada satu slide ni menunjukkan map internet connection, and you boleh nampak kawasan our student kan, memang kawasan yang tak ada connection dalam mapping tu. So dari segi komunikasi was something that kita perlu memang kena one to one lah, message depa, okay, sampai depa faham. Sebab benda tu bukannya kalau you belum pernah macam depa sangat dah macam terimalah seadanya macam tu. So to get them to sebab depa one of the important reflection depa cakap kan, oh teacher sebelum ni kami tak tahu pun macam kalau bakar sampah tu semua macam masalah. Biasa je. Ini satu yang sangat-sangat biasa. So that's why you have to take people on a journey. Tapi you tak boleh terus beritahu depa macam oh benda tu salah. Tak. You kena you tanya soalan. Okay. Apakah kaitan dengan ni? You let them discover those things themselves. And I think that is the most impactful. Sebab kalau kita bagi tahu orang, oh ni masalah, jangan, kita tak boleh macam, oh jangan ni, jangan tu sangat. Tanpa kita terangkan, tanpa kita macam, okay, kenapa benda tu harus di-solvekan. And kita tak boleh nak cakap macam, sebab all my students kan, dia sangat takut nak bertanya mula-mula. Dia akan cakap, semua faham. Lepas tu, bila you buat aktiviti dengan dia macam, oh tak boleh buat. And then tang tu baru dia cakap, oh teacher sebenarnya saya tak tahu. And you're like, oh my god, why didn't you ask me this like 2 weeks ago kan? But you kena banyak sabar sebab we don't make the connection sometimes. And kalau saya harap lah like for anyone here who wants to mentor, you kena faham budaya dia, sebab saya punya pengalaman kat sekolah sangat-sangat lain dengan pengalaman student yang saya mentor. Sebab sekolah saya dulu memang cikgu saya macam sentiasa beri saya peluang untuk bertanya, berpendapat, tapi pengalaman student saya, mereka cakap mereka kalau tanya banyak soalan kena marah kat sekolah. So sebab itu you kena dig deeper. Okay, kenapa my student macam ni? Kenapa dia macam tu? Kenapa dia tak boleh macam So walaupun tak nampak macam kaitan, tapi because project ni project jangka masa panjang lama kan, it's like a 9-10 month project, right? You really get to know the problems and deeper. And kita bukannya macam nak okay program 1 hari macam tu. So dari situ minta maaf lah kalau saya macam blah 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 blah. But yeah.
So yeah, may I conclude?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah. So basically, the things that Aisyah have just shared, sangat bagus tips. Thank you Aisyah. Yang kita perlu kenal dengan sangat mendalam lah dengan generasi mana yang kita nak work together with. And macam tadi you guys dah tengok 16 tahun students pun boleh buat a lot of things to addressing the climate change. I believe you guys pun boleh juga, we can work together to address the issues anywhere, even in your house or in your school or your campus. So I hope all the question has been answered by Miss Aisyah. Tapi kalau ada other question, you can always go to our Instagram again. I think that's all for me and from Aisyah too. Thank you. I'll pass.
Thank you semua sebab dah mesti lapar kan. Tapi saya pun nak galakkan kepada semua, bukan saja soalan lah, maksudnya saya nak tutup dengan satu refleksi, which is proses ni kita kena bersama and kita sama-sama all of us bring something to the table, something different. So kolaborasi tu sangat penting lah, sebab saya tak rasa saya boleh survive. Sebab banyak kali sendiri saya macam rasa nak masa this program nak mentor ni sikit, saya rasa macam I nak quit tak tahan. Tapi it's a team effort and kita masing-masing have empathy. Oh okay, kenapa ni berlaku. And so saya harap saya nak galakkan lah, like kalau ada antara peserta kita yang ada pengalaman juga, any tips that you want to share, please come forward to us and do share it with us. And Alhamdulillah, thank you so much for today. Terima kasih Kausar.
Baiklah, terima kasih. Selesai sudah sesi terakhir kita pada hari ini. Terima kasih Cik Aisyah Ajib di atas perkongsian beliau sebentar tadi. Diharapkan ilmu baru yang diperoleh pada hari ini dapat kita jadikan sebagai rujukan pada masa akan datang. Baiklah, kita akan terus ke majlis perasmian dan penutupan program Let's Project #Rimba kita. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam keluarga Malaysia. Yang berusaha Encik Jabir bin Jelani Meftah, Presiden YouthCare Malaysia. Yang dihormati Encik Muhammad Nasrimi Nizar bin Muhammad Samsul Zawawi, Naib Pengarah YouthCare Malaysia Chapters. Yang dihormati Encik Muhammad Syazwan Johari, Pengarah Superheat Energy Sdn Bhd. Yang dihormati Cik Aisyah Ajib, Mentor GreenSmiths. Yang dihormati Ali Mengah Holdings. Yang dihormati Encik Muhammad Adil Tasmir bin Roslan, Pengarah Program #Rimba Kita. Merangkap Pengarah YouthCare Malaysia Chapters. Yang dikasihi Barisan Ahli Jawatan Kuasa YouthCare Malaysia Chapters, Barisan Pelajar UiTM, seterusnya hadirin yang dimuliakan sekalian. Hadirin dan hadirat sekalian, sebelum kita meneruskan agenda kita pada hari ini, marilah kita bersama-sama menyaksikan sebuah tayangan video korporat YouthCare Malaysia Chapters.
YouthCare Malaysia is the leading Malaysian youth organisation that drives youth volunteerism and development towards positive social, environmental and economic impact. YouthCare is strongly passionate about empowering and mobilising the youth. Our vision is to be the leading youth organisation that realises the youth's potential. Our mission is to inspire youth volunteerism, development and activism and drive collaborations to deliver positive impacts in alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. YouthCare Malaysia takes pride in our 4 star values, the first being sustainability. Our initiatives focus on generating sustainable positive impacts. The second value is trust. We believe in each other and continuously seek and offer constructive feedback. The third value is accountability. We take ownership of our work and empower members to realize their potential. And our final star value is result-oriented. We are clear of our goals and we pursue them with resilience despite the challenges. YouthCare Malaysia has achieved 14,239,225 impressions in 2020 alone. To date, we have over 13,000 followers on Instagram and Twitter, and we have over 4,000 registered members nationally and internationally. This includes members from countries like Indonesia, Brunei, Singapore, Philippines, United States of America, France, Somalia, Tunisia, Uganda, Saudi Arabia, and South Africa. YouthCare Malaysia has organised 43 mega projects, with some projects done simultaneously in one day at every state. YCM has 13 state branches, with a YouthCare headquarter established in each Malaysian state. YouthCare Chapters is an integrated network of YouthCare Malaysia branches established within campuses to induce the passion and devotion of holistic volunteering within university students across Malaysia. There are 3 objectives that we focus on. Our first objective is to nurture the youth spirit for humanitarian work through community involvement. Our second objective is to elevate the youth's potential in leadership through personal development and team activities. And our third objective is to encourage active participation of Malaysian youths with the aim of achieving sustainable development together. Our goal is to encourage youth development through community involvement and professional networking. We are confident in the potential of Malaysian youths to be recognized as holistic world-class professionals, rich in knowledge and experience. In order to achieve this greater goal, we focus our programs on several fundamental functions. After the establishment of YouthCare Malaysia chapters, we have made several contributions and organized programs to foster a professional bond with all higher educational institutes in Malaysia. Our flagship program, was the Malaysian Independence Program. To cultivate the spirit of love for our country, we have successfully garnered youth participation with activities such as Chapna Merdeka, Nukilan Anak Bangsa, and Quiz Merdeka. Our second program was the Youth Net Care program, which was implemented to provide financial assistance for students to purchase internet data plans in order to facilitate their online learning. We have many more exciting things planned for the future and can't wait to share them with you. Curious? Be sure to follow us on our socials to keep updated. Here's a take-home message. The first step to making change is recognizing that you have an impact. That's all from us. Thank you for listening.
Terima kasih diucapkan atas tayangan video yang disediakan sebentar tadi. Terbang di awan burung centayu, kerana penat gugur ke bumi. Tampilah tuan kami merayu bersama amanat bekalan kami. Dengan hormatnya, majlis kini menjemput Yang dihormati Encik Nurul Arif Ataullah bin Nurul Azali selaku Ketua Jabatan Komunikasi dan Korporat YouthCare Malaysia Chapters untuk mewakili ucapan aluan Yang dihormati Muhammad Nasir bin Nizar bin Muhammad Samsul Zawawi. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Terima kasih saudari pengacara majlis. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Yang berusaha Encik Jabir bin Jalani Miftah, Presiden YouthCare Malaysia. Yang dihormati Encik Muhammad Syazwan Johari, Pengarah Superheat Sendi Berhad. Yang dihormati Encik Aisyah Ajib, Mentor GreenSmiths. Yang dihormati Encik Muhammad Adil Tasnim bin Ruslan, Pengarah Program #Rimba Kita merangkap Pengarah YouthCare Malaysia Chapters. Yang dihormati Ahli Menga Holdings. Yang dikasihi Barisan Ahli Jawatankuasa YouthCare Malaysia Chapters, Barisan Pelajar UiTM, seterusnya hadirin dan hadirat yang dimuliakan sekalian. Alhamdulillah, bersyukur kita kehadrat ilahi kerana dengan izin dan rahmatnya dapat kita berkumpul bersama-sama di dalam majlis perasmian dan penutupan Let's Protect #Rimba Kita pada pagi ini. Makluman kepada semua hadirin, saya telah diamanahkan oleh Yang dihormati Naib Pengarah YCM Chapters iaitu Encik Nashimi untuk mewakilkan ucapan ini kerana beliau tidak dapat bersama-sama dengan kita semua dalam talian sekarang. Pertama sekali, saya merakamkan ucapan terima kasih kepada pelajar pengajian kejuruteraan mekanikal UiTM atas jemputan sebagai penganjur bersama serta tahniah dan syabas kepada jawatankuasa pelaksana program dalam menjayakan program Let's Protect #Rimba Kita ini. Jutaan terima kasih juga saya ucapkan atas segala kerjasama dan komitmen semua pihak yang terlibat secara langsung maupun tidak langsung dalam menjayakan program ini. Hadirin sekalian, beliau iaitu Encik Nashimi sebagai Naib Pengarah YouthCare Malaysia Chapters merupakan sebuah unit jawatankuasa di bawah YouthCare Malaysia yang merupakan sebuah organisasi badan bukan kerajaan iaitu Non-Government Organisation NGO. Unit ini dalam proses penjenamaan dan perkembangan secara meluas kepada seluruh warga Institut Pendidikan Tinggi, khususnya mahasiswa yang bertujuan untuk menggalakkan semangat kesukarelawanan dalam diri mahasiswa. Untuk makluman semua juga, kebanyakan ahli jawatankuasa YCM Chapters terdiri daripada mahasiswa IPT dari pelbagai universiti di seluruh Malaysia. Ini secara tidak langsung membuktikan bahawa haluan YCM Chapters adalah mendekati jiwa golongan muda. Setelah beberapa usulan yang dihantar oleh pihak mahasiswa untuk turut bersama-sama berkolaborasi dengan pihak YouthCare Malaysia Chapters dalam menjayakan program Let's Protect #Rimba Kita, akhirnya kami bersetuju kerana kedua-duanya mempunyai haluan yang sama iaitu menggalakkan lagi semangat kesukarelawanan dalam diri anak muda dalam menjaga keharmonian terhadap alam sekitar. Oleh yang demikian, beliau juga yakin dengan kerjasama YouthCare Malaysia Chapters dan para pelajar ini, kita dapat mencapai objektif utama kedua-dua pihak dalam pelaksanaan program ini iaitu memupuk semangat cinta akan alam sekitar supaya generasi yang akan datang dapat menikmati suasana yang sama malah lebih baik daripada yang kita kecapi pada masa kini. Para hadirin sekalian, dalam menjalani kehidupan norma baru, kita haruslah menerapkan sikap ambil tahu dan cakna dalam keadaan alam sekitar, di mana setengah kawasan yang semakin terjejas akibat sikap segelintir masyarakat yang tiada ilmu dan tidak mencintai alam sekitar. Jadi sekiranya kita masih mengambil mudah dalam penjagaan alam sekitar, negara kita berkemungkinan mengalami kerosakan dan kemusnahan pada habitat ini. Saban hari kita dapat lihat semakin banyak penebangan pokok yang haram secara berleluasa di negara kita. Jadi dengan wujudnya program seperti ini, iaitu Let's Protect #rimba kita dapat memberi kesedaran kepada anak muda dan sekaligus memupuk rasa cinta terhadap alam sekitar, kerana bukankah mencegah itu lebih baik daripada mengubati. Jadi sebaiknya kita menjaga amanah yang telah diberikan kepada kita sebagai khalifah di muka bumi ini. Seandainya semua menerapkan sikap sebegini, insya-Allah pasti kita dapat mewujudkan suasana kehidupan yang lebih harmoni dan selesa pada masa yang akan datang. Sebelum mengakhiri ucapan ini, beliau selaku Naib Pengarah YouthCare Malaysia Chapters berharap agar program seperti ini dimanfaatkan oleh anak muda dalam menjaga alam sekitar untuk generasi yang akan datang. Besar harapan beliau agar program ini dapat dilakukan secara fizikal, kerana kempen kesedaran masyarakat seperti ini memupuk generasi yang berwawasan ke arah membina sebuah negara maju seimbang dari segi pembangunan dan pemeliharaan alam sekitar. Jadi saya sudahi ucapan ini dengan wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Yang Dihormati Encik Nurul Arif Ataullah bin Nurul Azali atas ucapan aluan sebentar tadi. Jangan tertawan alpa duniawi, hanya indah serupa mimpi. Duhai pahlawan Kesatria Pertiwi, hulurkan madah kata perasmi. Maka tibalah masa yang dinanti-nantikan, majlis diteruskan lagi dengan mempersilakan Yang Berusaha Encik Jabir bin Jelani Miftah, Presiden YouthCare Malaysia, untuk menyampaikan ucapan sekaligus merasmikan majlis perasmian dan penutup Let's Protect #rimba kita.
Test, Assalamualaikum. Test. Okey, Assalamualaikum dan minta maaf ya, saya tak tahu macam nak guna teknologi zaman sekarang. Manusia makin maju, ada button mute. Okey, terima kasih saudari pengacara majlis. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Yang dihormati Encik Muhammad Aidil, pengarah YouthCare Malaysia Chapters, merangkap pengarah program Rimba Kita. Yang dihormati Encik Muhammad Nash, naib pengarah YouthCare Malaysia Chapters. Yang dihormati Muhammad Syazwan, pengarah Superheat Energy. Yang dihormati Cik Aisyah Ajib, Mentor GreenSmiths yang dihormati ahli Menggah Holding yang dikasihi barisan ahli jawatan kuasa YouthCare Malaysia Chapters dan barisan pelajar UiTM. Pertama sekali saya nak minta izin untuk jawab dalam bahasa, bukan jawab, untuk kongsi sesuatu dalam bahasa Inggeris sebab kalau saya cakap dalam bahasa Melayu, saya tak dapat nak luahkan dan kotakan apa yang tersirat dalam hati. Jadi bukan cakap bahasa Inggeris ni lagi bagus daripada bahasa Melayu, tapi saya lagi selesa dan alang-alang tu kita boleh kukuhkan lagi pelajar di UCT, dan ini adalah peluang yang bagus lah untuk kita cuba bahasa Inggeris dan cuba faham. Jadi sebelum tu saya ingin mengucapkan jutaan terima kasih kepada mahasiswa pengajian kejuruteraan mekanikal UiTM atas jemputan sebagai penganjur bersama bagi pihak YouthCare Malaysia Chapters dan juga kepada seluruh ahli jawatan kuasa Let's Protect rimba kita kerana telah berjaya mewujudkan satu inisiatif yang amat proaktif dan relevan dengan situasi yang kita ada sekarang ni. Bila kita cakap pasal situasi yang kita ada sekarang ni, apa maksudnya? Seperti yang kita tahu, kita ada the climate change issue seperti mana kita nampak di COP26 dengan G20 di mana the world leaders daripada US, daripada negara-negara yang utama, mereka datang dan mereka they set a goal untuk mengatasi masalah climate change. And the thing yang diorang buat adalah mereka set a goal by or around 2050. Maksudnya mereka meletakkan satu objektif, satu goal, satu objektif yang mereka ingin mencapai pada 2050. Faham tak? Bila orang cakap, bila kita ajak member lepak lah, kita ajak lepak, okay jom kita pergi mamak katakan. Lepas tu tiba-tiba tanya, what's your schedule looking like in 2050? Best know that you are never going to see that person again because half of them, the world leaders, they won't even be there by that time. And the bigger problem is that the steps yang dorang ambil untuk atasi masalah yang tengah berlaku sekarang ni seperti climate change dengan global warming semua ni, mereka tidak mengambil langkah-langkah proaktif yang betul-betul boleh menyelesaikan masalah. Contohnya, macam kita cakap kita nak kurus, nak hilangkan 50 kg sebelum raya tahun depan supaya kita boleh pakai baju Melayu. Tapi kita nak buat satu push up sehari. Adakah betul logik? It doesn't add up. Jadi itulah langkah-langkah yang mereka ingin ambil yang menunjukkan yang mereka sebenarnya tidak serius dengan apa yang sedang berlaku. Dan apa yang sedang berlaku adalah masa depan kita yang akan yang akan affected. Sebab they are not treating climate change as a crisis. Seperti mana mereka treat COVID-19 as a crisis, they try their best to get over it as soon as possible. Ramp up the vaccination rate. Cuba buka sebanyak mungkin vaccination center. Lepas tu buat macam-macam jenis campaign. Because it is a crisis and we want to get over it as soon as possible. Tapi bila kita cakap pasal climate change, we are talking about opportunities yang kita boleh explore dalam krisis climate change. We can create more green technologies. Kita boleh expand lagi the green sector. Do we talk about that when we talk about COVID-19? Kita boleh expand lagi the healthcare sector. Kita boleh bagi more jobs to the doctors. No, we don't talk about that. We talk about the crisis and the problem. But it's not the same for climate crisis. So, jadi masalah bila it is our future at stake. The young people like me, I'm still 21 and I believe there's a lot of young people. I believe most of us are young people dalam ni. Our future is at stake. And the one yang kena hadap semua consequences in the future is us. So that's why I'm really, really happy to see the initiative yang dilakukan oleh AJK rimba kita hari ini, because this is an initiative that will definitely not solve the big problem, tapi it is part of the solution. It is preparing the young people to be involved straight. Bukan tunggu masa umur dah dewasa, dah tua, dah jadi professional baru nak fikir untuk give back to society, baru nak fikir untuk menyelesaikan masalah ada. Tapi you guys are being proactive and you guys are taking matters into your own hand. And that's really amazing. Really, really amazing. Everyone dalam ni, you guys deserve a big applause because you did something great and it is what YouthCare Malaysia has always wanted to achieve. We want to empower the young people because we believe people like you guys have so much potential. Seperti mana Soekarno kata, beri aku 1000 orang tua, nescaya akan ku cabut semaru dari akarnya. beri aku 10 pria muda akan ku goncangkan dunia. And you guys are the 10 pria muda yang boleh goncangkan dunia. Alright. So if you ask me, I believe the program sangat-sangat align dengan our vision, our mission, dengan our star values. As you guys boleh nampak in the video tadi, it was really amazing to see that video, by the way. And it shows that we are capable of so much more, and that we are capable of overcoming our fear. Kita semua ni pengecut, bukan takut dengan kelemahan, kita takut dengan kehebatan masing-masing. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not the darkness, yang takutkan kita. Bila kita tanya diri kita, semua ambil masa tanya diri sendiri, mesti ada at one point kita tanya, who am I to be amazing? Who am I to be brilliant? Who am I to be gorgeous or powerful or whatever you want to be? Who am I to be? Let me ask you back the question, who are you not to be? You playing small does not serve the world any better. You trying to kecilkan diri, shrink yourself, doesn't do anything good to the world. Because there's nothing good or enlightening about shrinking and becoming small so that people tak insecure dengan apa yang kita buat. We are all meant to shine because we were born to manifest the greatness of the universe within us. It is not just in some of us, bukan orang terpilih saja, tapi I believe it is in all of us. It is in everyone. We are all amazing. So the amazing thing about shining, about unleashing your potential is that once you do that, as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give permission to other people to shine juga. Faham tak? When we shine, orang lain akan nampak kita bercahaya, diorang pun macam, oh, kalau si Ali, aku tahu dia makan apa, dia pergi main futsal macam mana, dia ni kaki bangku apa. If this guy can shine, I can do the same because I can relate to him. But we need that one person to shine first, and it is you guys. You guys are the seed untuk mulakan cahaya dekat tempat masing-masing. So as we liberate from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others from their own fear. So you are amazing, you are valuable, you are powerful, and never ever let anyone say otherwise. Jadi itu sajalah saya nak cakap. Sebelum saya nak mengakhiri ucapan ini, saya nak cakap setinggi-tinggi syabas and tahniah kepada mereka yang menganjur program ini atas inisiatif yang sangat-sangat hebat. Saya percaya program ini dapat mengeratkan lagi hubungan silaturahim sesama kita, sekaligus melebarkan lagi jalinan mesra dengan masyarakat dan golongan belia kat luar sana. Saya nak tutup my sharing session tadi dengan sebuah pantun. Burung helang terbangnya tinggi, hinggap sebentar di pohon jati. Terima kasih saudara dan saudari memberi tumpuan sepenuh hati. Dengan lafaz mulia bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya dengan ini merasmikan majlis perasmian dan penutupan program Let's Protect Rimba Kita. Sekian wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Tahniah guys. You guys are amazing.
Majlis merakamkan ucapan terima kasih kepada Yang Berusaha Encik Jabir bin Jalani Miftah atas ucapan beliau sebentar tadi. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada tetamu kehormat dan hadirin sekalian kerana sudi meluangkan masa untuk memeriahkan lagi majlis kita pada hari ini. Inilah yang dikatakan ibarat menanam sudah dituai, ibarat musafir sudah sampai. Umpama belayar telah sampai ke pelabuhan, umpama berjalan telah sampai ke destinasi. Bagi pihak majlis, kami ingin memohon kemaafan seandainya terdapat kekurangan dan keterlanjuran di sepanjang majlis ini diadakan. Sebagai peringatan, para peserta diwajibkan untuk mengisi borang majlis. Sebagai peringatan, para peserta diwajibkan untuk mengisi borang maklum balas yang akan dikongsikan di ruang komen YouTube rasmi YouthCare Malaysia. Akhir kata, selaku pengacara majlis pada hari ini, saya Nur Kausar binti Basirun, memohon maaf anda tersalah kata, tersilap bicara sepanjang saya mengendalikan majlis ini. Saya akhiri majlis kita pada hari ini dengan serangkap pantun. Di atas dahan burung tempua, melihat rusa tepi pergi. Salam berpisah untuk semua, di lain masa bersua lagi. Sekian sahaja, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera.
Right now, we're facing a man-made disaster of global scale. Our greatest threat in thousands of years, climate change. If we don't take action, the collapse of our civilizations and the extinction of much of the natural world is on the horizon. The world's people have spoken. Their message is clear. Time is running out.
The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now is 50% higher than it was in 1900. And not only are we piling in more and more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but we are chopping down the forests of the earth at a great rate. And the forests themselves are the most efficient consumers of carbon dioxide that there are on Earth. We're going to destroy the ground because the soil of a rainforest isn't very good. We are actually tampering with the climate of the Earth and with the very atmosphere that we breathe. When we talk about the disappearance of the ozone layer, we don't know what will happen when the ozone layer goes. The world has become so fragile that we cannot subject the Earth to the tortures we can now inflict upon it. When we talk about the greenhouse effect, we're talking about something that affects the entire Earth. And these problems are life and death problems. They go to the root of the viability of the planet itself. If there's one thing that is biologically certain about the human species is that it is a human species, one species.
If we don't stop the destruction of our natural world, nothing else will matter. Simply put, if we don't protect nature, we can't protect ourselves.
The only way we can solve a problem is by a human solution. Never can we sit back and wait for miracles to save us. Miracles don't happen. Sweat happens. Efforts happens. Thought happens.